Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund's 7th Annual Equity on the Mall. My name is Sergio Cuellar, Senior Program Officer with the Sierra Health Foundation and the Center, and manage the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund. I have the honor of being your MC for the next 2 days as we honor and celebrate the inspiring and powerful work of our San Joaquin Valley Health Fund community partners and residents who are improving conditions, making the San Joaquin Valley a healthier and more equitable place to live. Today, we're coming live via the Hop-In Gathering technology and also streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. So before we go any further, I'd like to also do a little housekeeping. For those joining us today who may need interpreter services, we're very proud to offer live simultaneous interpretation in multiple languages. I'm going to now introduce our interpreters and allow them to take a minute to introduce themselves and share directions on how you can access the interpreter services in their language. So first, I will turn it over to our first interpreter for Spanish.
Buenos días, gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy en Equity on the Mall 2022. Bienvenidos. Tenemos interpretación simultánea en español, Hmong, Punjabi y mandarín. Para acceder a la interpretación simultánea, por favor vaya a la esquina superior derecha de su pantalla. Debajo del área donde dice Event y Stage, verá la palabra Translations. Después verá una imagen que dice Interprefy. Dele clic en Select y elija Español. Dele clic en Connect para escuchar automáticamente su idioma de preferencia. Si tiene algún problema, por favor contáctenos dando clic en Help Desk. Si está accediendo desde Facebook o YouTube, por favor, regístrese en www.equityonthemall.org para que tenga acceso a la interpretación simultánea. Next one, Hmong.
You're on, Amina.
I'm Punjabi. Shall I go on?
Go ahead, Amina, yes.
Okay. ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹਨੀ ਆ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬੜਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ ਐਕੁਇਟੀ ਔਨ ਦ ਮਾਲ 2022 ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਪੇਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਪ੍ਰੀਫਾਈ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਰਜਮਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੱਸਾਂਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਟੋਕਨ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ ਕੋਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਣੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਲਿੱਕ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੇਖੋਗੇ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਟੂ ਮਾਈ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਸਿਲੈਕਟ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ YouTube ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਲਾਈਵ ਸਟ੍ਰੀਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਜਿਸਟਰ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ www.equityonthemall.org ਤੋਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਾ ਤਰਜਮਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੱਸਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਬੜਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣੋ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਸੁਣ ਸਕੋਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਸੁਨੇਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਣੀ ਆ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਵਨ ਮੈਂਡਰਿਨ
感谢您今天参加2022年 Equity on the Mall， 我们欢迎您，并将提供西班牙语、苗语、旁遮普语和普通话的翻译服务。如果您需要同声翻译，请看您的电脑屏幕的右上角，在标有事件 Event 和主席台 Stage 的区域下方，您能看到 Translations 翻译，然后你将看到一个显示 Interprefy 的图像，点击选择 Select， 并选择普通话 Mandarin， 单击 Connect 连接，自动接听您的语言的同声翻译。如果您有任何问题，请单击帮助台 Help Desk 让我们知道。如果您是从脸书 Facebook 或油管 YouTube 收看，请在 www.equityonthemall.org 注册，以便您可以倾听中文同声翻译服务。Back to you, Sergio.
Thank you very much. And so again, I want to just remind folks before we move into our Hmong interpreter that again, if you want to access the services for interpreters or take part in the interactive polls, you can register at any time to join on the Hopin platform by going to www.equityonthemall.org and clicking the Register Now button. And then we're going to go ahead and move into our next piece, which again is our land acknowledgement. We'd like to begin today in this two-day gathering by acknowledging the land on which we gather today. I'm coming to you today live from the occupied territory of the Yokuts people who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. The San Joaquin Valley is a rich valley in traditions and representation of Native American peoples and cultures. We are grateful to be in the traditional homelands of the Yokuts and Mono peoples, whose diverse tribal communities share stewardship over this land. We thank them for their strength and resilience in protecting this land and aspire to uphold the responsibilities according to their ways and the ways of all indigenous peoples who have inhabited and had their land stolen in what we now know as the San Joaquin Valley. All right, San Joaquin Valley, it's time to get this celebration started. It is my honor to introduce our first performer. Today we have with us a Pulitzer Prize finalist and Fresno State professor, Dr. Mai Der Vang. Dr. Mai Der Vang is the author of 2 collections of poetry. Her first book, Afterlands, received First Book Award of the Academy of American Poets, was longlisted for the National Book Award in Poetry, and a finalist of the Kate Tufts Discovery Award. Her second collection, Yellow Rain, was a finalist of the Pulitzer Prize in Poetry, the Penn Vogler Award for Poetry, and the LA Times Book Prize in Poetry, and is currently a finalist for the California Book Awards. Dr. Vang also co-edited How Do I Begin, a Hmong American literary anthology with a Hmong American Writer Circle. Born and raised in Fresno, California, she earned her degrees from the University of California, Berkeley, and Columbia University. She teaches in the MFA program in creative writing at Fresno State. Let's give a warm Valley welcome to Dr. Mai Der Vang.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you for inviting me to be here to join in solidarity with all of you for equity on the mall. And thank you also for creating space for poetry to be heard and celebrated here. It's inspiring to know that you're all gathered here today, this powerhouse of voices, of dreamers, of believers who see the potential for our community to flourish and for our world to thrive. And I just want to, before I start reading my poems, I just want to thank all of you for the work that you're doing to create, you know, the voices that you're going to offer to be heard and to advocate for systemic changes, and ultimately to hold our elected officials accountable. And I thank you for the work that you're doing to make our world a better place. So I have 2 poems that I want to share and read for all of you this morning. And just to give a bit of quick context on the first poem, for me, I am a daughter of Hmong refugees who resettled in Fresno in the early 80s. And for my parents, for so many refugees and immigrants who had to find their way to this country, there was also the losses of the one country that was left behind. And so this first poem is a poem that explores the leaving of one country to enter a new one. Transmigration. Spirit, when I flee this jungle, you must too. I will take our silver bars, necklace dowry, and the kettle forged from metal scraps just after the last monsoon. Among the foliage, we must be ready to see the half-decayed. You must not run off no matter how much flesh you smell, nor should you wander to chase an old mate. Spirit, we are in this with each other the way the night geese in migration need the stars. When I make the crossing, you must not be taken no matter what the current gives. And when we reach the camp, there will be thousands like us. If I make it onto the plain, you must follow me to the roads and waiting pastures of America. We will not ride the water today on the shoulders of buffalo as we used to many years ago, nor will we forage for the sweetest mangoes. I am refugee, you are too. Cry, but do not weep. We walk out the door. And my second and last poem here I want to share with all of you is a poem that has been imbued with my belief in this world being better, and with it is also imbued my hope and my intentions of abundance for all of you. Look to the new moon. If you must hear the story of my turbulent gaze after waking, the march of my hours to hermit into a higher body, it is that whatever you put into the universe eventually returns. In our oneness of gift, we are eyes together, nerves together, affected together. If I've never told you how madly we share in the stars, how it was all founded for you, then let the longing for Arcturus be the gilding of our sleep. I know when your time was in its making, I was left to sing alone, unfed to trample through 100 layers of night without a heart to hold my guard. If I had known all those days to listen deep into myself so that you would begin to hear me, I'd sooner soak the decibels of your cells into the exhale of my embrace. A scorning within is within coming back to scorn. A rose quartz promise lifted into the world is the world coming back to surrender its love. Even after I took my health into a vineyard of hawks, I could not break myself from caring, but only to seek you, find you, whisper into your palm, you are not lost. You won't be lost. Thank you all so very much, and I wish you a wonderful, wonderful event.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vang. Let's give another warm Valley welcome to Dr. Maider Vang. Thank you for your poetry. We appreciate your work. We're glad that you're able to join us today. So before we get started, let's do a little roll call to see who's joining us today from across the Valley. So let's start out in the northern part of the Valley. Let's look at San Joaquin County. Do we have folks that are with us today from Stockton, Lodi, Tracy? Great. Let's start to move down a little bit and think about Stanislaus County. Our folks joining us today from Modesto, Turlock, my hometown, Patterson, California. Folks joining us there. Great. So let's think about Merced County. We have folks joining us from Merced County. Awesome. Moving down, let's go to Madera County, Fresno, Kings, Tulare, Kern counties. We hope you all are here as well. We're going to go ahead and start to move into our next section of this, and I have the honor and great privilege of introducing the first speaker to kick off The Valley is Rising. We'd like to welcome President and CEO of Sierra Health Foundation and the Center at Sierra Health Foundation, Chet Hewitt. Chet is President and CEO of the foundation and the nonprofit intermediary of the Center at Sierra Health Foundation. Over the past decade, Chet has led a bold collective impact strategy focused on promoting health, equity, and social justice in underserved communities to improve the well-being of children, youth, and families. Recognized for strategic thinking and willingness to take thoughtful risks, Chet has received national attention on an emphasis on making the foundations and the center's partnerships with local communities and public and private funders the centerpiece of both organizations and strategies. Chet, I'll turn it over to you. You're on mute, Chet. I'm going to ask you to unmute really quick.
Yeah, as much as we do this, you would think that we would always know to unmute ourselves, but Thank you so much, Sergio. It is an incredible honor to be with all of you today. I would have hoped that things would have been better and we could have been on the mall in front of the Capitol as we had been over the course of many, many years. Of course, the last several did not allow us to do that, but we are as here in spirit. We are all together. And I think the reason that led to the creation of Equity at the Mall, the reasons are still as prevalent and relevant today as they were when we first got started. I want to again thank all of you for joining us today as we continue to yell loudly that the Valley is rising and demanding its share of resources and attention so that it can promote health and well-being amongst all those who call the Valley home. I'd like to take a few minutes, if I could, this morning, just for a brief moment of silence for those in Buffalo, in Orange County, and of course in Uvalde, given the tragic incidents that we have seen take place in this country over the past several weeks. So please, if you would just join me in a brief moment of silence. Thank you so much for your indulgence. You know that we at the Foundation, for us, it's always about people. It's always about community. And when we've seen people suffering and in pain, you know, we stand fast with them for what is right, for what is just, and for what is deserved by communities who are not affluent or who always have the kind of political presence and strategy that it actually needs to get its fair share of resources. So again, thank you for allowing me to take a few moments to recognize and be in solidarity with our brothers and sisters and our young people in particular across the country. As you know, we started Equity on the Mall 7 years ago. We started our first year, we had a couple of hundred folks show up, actually less than 100, about 75. And by the time we stopped showing up in person, we had close to 3,000 people who were showing up, driving a policy agenda that was created by communities across the Valley and meeting with public officials and elected officials and appointed officials to really push that strategy forward. We're continuing in that vein. And yes, we can be in person, but it doesn't mean that the causes that brought us to this particular work are any less than they were before. We know the Valley still has disparities that need to be addressed. Health, economic development, and opportunity, education, access to things like clean drinking water and other environmental challenges, which we are calling for the leadership of California to join with community to address. You will hear today from some of our long-term champions and partners like Assemblyman Arambola, who will be here with us today, and others who will talk about their work that they've been engaged in and their solidarity with us as we continue to push forward an agenda created by communities as well. As you also know, this is part of our larger I-HEAL framework: immigration, health, housing, environment, education, and land use and planning. I-HEAL, as we refer to it, led by a policy committee of a number of folks who volunteered to play that leadership role, who have been doing extraordinary work. And I want to call out the members and participants of that particular committee for their steadfastness over the many years and with many challenges that we face, particularly those that have been brought forward by the pandemic. We also know that the pandemic has just exacerbated many of the things we started talking about 7 years ago, which it's unfortunate that it took that to underscore how relevant our agenda was and remains. But we know that given where we are today, that we need to fight even harder for the things that we know our communities need. I want to also say that post Equity on the Mall this year, we'll be doing some community focus groups. And I want to encourage you, as you hear from Sergio and others who will give more information of that of how that's going to roll out, to join those particular activities so that we can continue to collect the kind of information that we need to enhance and strengthen, our collective, work. Lastly, I want to call out our supporters and funders who've been part of this work for several years. The Endowment, Cal Wellness, Blue Shield, and others. And if I missed your name, I do apologize. But we know that it's not about notoriety. It's not about whose name gets called. It really is about the work that we are collectively engaged in today, and that we will be engaged in tomorrow, and will continue to be engaged in until the idea of equity across California is achieved. And with that, let me turn it back to you, Sergio. Let's get going. Let's have a great conference. Let's have a great couple of days together. Sierra Health Foundation Center stands fast and stands with communities, and we're looking forward to a great experience over the next several days. Sergio, back to you.
Thank you, Chet. Appreciate you, and thank you for your leadership in this work. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next speakers. The leadership of our next two speakers have helped shepherd the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund's Policy Committee network over the last 2 years. Eileen Espejo leads the California Children's Now Oral Health Project and the Children's Movement of California. Ms. Espejo leads the organization's efforts to improve oral health care quality and access for children in California. This work has included leading medical dental collaboration project in Los Angeles County to increase dental utilization among children under age 6, enrolled in Medi-Cal, and helping the state implement a pediatric oral health plan as called for by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. She has served as leader and advisory member on several national, state, and local advisory boards, including National Oral Health Connection, team leader of the Oral Health Progress Equity Network. Noe Paramo is on staff of California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, a Sustainable Rural Communities Project co-director and legislative advocate. For 15 years, Noah has worked for California Rural Legal Assistance Incorporated at the Modesto office. Noah was the advisory committee chair for the Central Valley Policy Institute at CSU Fresno, and works to focus on social justice policy, supporting farm workers and low-income rural communities. We are grateful for your leadership and commitment to the San Joaquin Valley and its residents. Please give a warm welcome to Noe Paramo and Eileen Espejo. Eileen?
Thanks, Sergio. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Eileen Espejo, and I work for Children Now. For the past several years, I, along with Noe, have had the pleasure of co-chairing the policy committee that has worked in community and in partnership to develop the iHeal policy platform that Chet had referenced. You'll learn more about and hear about that today and tomorrow. Children Now has been fortunate to participate in the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund initiative since the beginning, I believe, and that's what supported this work. And that's been since pre-pandemic, which feels like a very long time ago. The initiative has brought partners together from the Valley and from different parts of the state to address the most pressing and critical issues facing our communities in the San Joaquin Valley today. The iHeal policy platform, immigration, health, housing, education, environmental justice, and land use and planning is our guide to what we believe the Valley requires to rise from where it currently is and to make the Valley a safe, healthy, affordable, educated, connected, pollution and pesticide-free, walkable, smart, well thought out, and community-focused, community-friendly region of California that thrives. So over today and tomorrow, you will learn more about and hear about the platform, the priorities of each of the iHeal sections as shared by policy committee and community members. I just want to recognize and shout out to the policy committee because I know I've been working very hard over the past month to bring these presentations to you. As a member of the health subcommittee, my work at Children Now has been supported by the policy committee in helping advance the pathway to make sure that children have access to mental health services in schools and promoting health coverage of pregnant women and young kids. I'm indebted to my fellow policy committee members for supporting my work and for continually teaching me about all of the issues that require our collective voice in order to improve the quality of life for the Valley. My hope is that the policy committee continues to work together to raise awareness among and across our subcommittees and to continue to engage community members and help collectively raise all of our voices across the Valley into Sacramento and beyond. There is much to do, and we in the San Joaquin Valley cannot wait. We need you, your energy, your resilience, and your dedication to keep this work moving forward. Welcome again. Thank you for being here today, for showing up, and for doing your part to keep the Valley rising. Noe, on to you.
Thank you, Eileen, for that eloquent introduction and welcome. On behalf of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund community-based organization partners, I share my good morning and welcome to Equity on the Mall 2022. The San Joaquin Valley partners have for a decade advocated on issues impacting our communities, as is eloquently be presented through the IHO platform. The core of the work is to promote racial and equitable policies in these key areas of immigration, health, housing, education, environmental justice, and land use. Underpinned is addressing the digital divide in our San Joaquin Valley communities. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to impact our communities, we work to promote the health and safety of our community workers and families. Moreover, the right of our families and children to be free from the fear of gun violence that destroys lives for generations. For far too long, the San Joaquin Valley has consistently been a region where the most marginalized are communities of color and low-income immigrant farm workers, families impacted by the lack of racial and equitable policies to address the social, health, and economic issues. Together, the partners in the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund stand for common sense laws and policies that promote racial and health equity. Moreover, the right of our families to be free from this gun violence. So we will mourn with the families losing children and teachers at the Robb Elementary School tragedy in Uvalde, Texas. This is particularly close to our work because the connection of a community like Uvalde has with the San Joaquin Valley communities. Many families migrating from Texas to California to pick the crops that put food on our tables have done for generations. From the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund, the Sierra Health Foundation partners to the community of Uvalde, Texas, a moment of silence. Thank you. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Joaquin Arambola. Dr. Arambola was first elected in 2016 to represent the 31st Assembly District in the Central Valley. He is the first Latino physician elected to the California State Assembly. He proudly represents a district that includes 41% of the city of Fresno, as well as all the rural cities and communities of Fresno County. Dr. Arambola's experiences as an emergency room doctor in Selma in Fresno County forged his determination to improve healthcare for all people, especially the most vulnerable. He saw the emotional financial hardships of people struggling with illnesses that could have been prevented with access to quality healthcare. Dr. Arambola believes that healthcare is a fundamental human right. Since his election, he's been a forceful advocate in addressing the dire shortage of teachers, of doctors, as well as our teachers in our community as doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals in the Central Valley. He has authored legislation that improves the health and mental health services, but he also has been vigilant to include measures that ensure transparency regarding management of these services and their costs. In addition, Dr. Arambola is fighting to bring more water to the Central Valley by calling for the construction of the Temperance Flat Dam and Reservoir and championing legislation for groundwater recharge projects. Let's do a San Joaquin Valley Health Fund welcome to Dr. Joaquin Arambola.
Gracias, Noy. Soy un hijo del Valle Central de San Joaquín. Nací en Delano durante el movimiento de campesino y estoy orgulloso que hay bastante de nuestra gente en este momento aquí. Bienvenidos a Equity on the Mall. As someone who was born and raised in the Valley, I wanted to start in Spanish to give respect to my grandparents and elders who brought us to the central San Joaquin Valley, a place that I have called home. I am proud to see so many of our brothers and sisters from the San Joaquin Valley who are here today on Equity on the Mall. And I just wanted to say that I think I have a reason why you are here today, as it is much the same reason why I am serving in our state assembly. And that is that we want a healthier San Joaquin Valley, that we want cleaner air and to be able to drink the water that comes out of our faucets, that we want affordable places to live and to be able to see a doctor when we need to. And we all want a better future for our children. I came here today to support the work that so many of your organizations are doing, because your advocacy and tireless work has shown how we can accomplish this. Over the last year, I have seen as you've held dozens of vaccination clinics and food drives in what was the pandemic of the century. I've seen how you have aided communities who lack access to green space or who've had their wells run dry. And I am working with you towards a future where we will have finally equity for our communities, where we can bring healthcare to our immigrant brothers and sisters, where we can address the evils of labor trafficking, and where we can clean up our air. Yes, the Valley is rising, and I stand in solidarity with you as we fight for equity. Together, we will make this a California that is a golden state for all, for Tulare, for Kern, for Stockton, and for Fresno, and for every other community and neighborhood in the Valley. I stand with you to say welcome. Bienvenidos a Equity on the Mall, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Arambola, for all your work and your leadership in the Valley. We really, really appreciate it and are grateful to have you with us today, as you've been a great supporter of this work for many, many years. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us for the opening rally. A little bit of context here. For those of us who have joined over the last 7 years, Equity on the Mall, you know, was started out with only a couple hundred people. And in fact, we heard Chet say it was about 75 people that we brought to the steps of the state capitol. And over the year, we have been able to grow this program to bring thousands of San Joaquin Valley residents, young and old, to Sacramento to share with our elected officials the voices of the San Joaquin Valley, uplifting the needs and bringing with us the solutions to make the San Joaquin Valley a healthier and more equitable place to live. Over the last 2 years, as mentioned, while navigating the global COVID-19 pandemic, our community partners have pivoted to meet the needs of the communities and residents they serve, and still have shown up to do this work together and together create the I Heal policy platform, which shares the challenges the Valley faces when it comes to the issues of immigration, health, housing, education, environmental justice, land use, planning, and the digital divide. Through the years, we have been able to build a network of over 40 philanthropic partners to raise over $30 million in supporting over 170 San Joaquin Valley community partners to advocate for the needs of the San Joaquin Valley. Equity on the Mall 2022 will continue to build that tradition of gathering Valley residents together, though in a virtual space, sharing the work of our powerful community partners who make up the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund, the Policy Committee Network, and really raise up and challenging our elected officials and leaders to join us and our community partners and residents in delivering the solutions the Valley needs and deserves. Over the next 2 days, you will hear from our Policy Committee members, Valley residents, issue-specific experts, state representatives, and young elected officials from the San Joaquin Valley as they share the power of community in the San Joaquin Valley, but more importantly, their vision for a healthier and more equitable San Joaquin Valley. So now we have the opportunity to take a look back at previous Equity in the Mall gatherings through a video that we'd like to share.
and the valley is right. This is about opportunity. This is about the things that every Californian in the greatest state in this nation deserves to have.
The time of our liberation has been ripe for far too long. Our time for the Central Valley is now.
264 miles from Oregon all the way up to Lodi, California, in this valley that has created bounty, that has created profits, that has created goods for the entire world. But what it has not created is equity. We come with that message that we want equity for all, and that begins with equity on the mall.
Today is one step, but it's not enough to have equity on the mall if you don't have equity on your school boards. It's not enough to have equity on the mall if you don't have equity in your police department. It's not enough to have equity on the mall if you don't have equity on your board of supervisors, on your city council, and on all the institutional leaders who represent you and your community's interests.
We matter. Every single one of us matters. And the fact that you're here shows that you care enough to take the time out of your life to come and insist that we listen to you. And so thank you for taking the time that you need to come here and have your voices be heard.
From the north all the way down to the south, through Bakersfield and further south, to stand here and say that our communities demand the same investment and an equal shot at every community around the state. Are you with me on that?
So we know that we want to stop that school to prison pipeline. We want safe drinking water without poisons. We want to make sure that the money that goes to our school district is spent for low-income children, English learners, and foster children.
But today, the most powerful voices are here on the board. Today, the most powerful voices are your voices. So we are here, aligned, organized, as one to make that happen.
Great, welcome back, everybody. So before we get started, I just want to give a quick overview of the next couple of days for folks. Over the next 2 days, again, you've already heard from our elected officials and our policy committee members, but you're also going to be hearing from our community partners who have been working tirelessly on the ground, but also a part of our policy committee to put together this event, but also to put together a platform that really speaks to the voices of the San Joaquin Valley, and that is the iHeal Policy Platform. Over the next 2 days, you're going to hear from our Education Policy Subcommittee, who's going to be talking about the issues that students are facing in our San Joaquin Valley schools. We'll also hear from our Housing and Land Use and Planning Subcommittees as they talk about the importance of being able to grow and create affordable housing and compact growth. We also understand now even more so the issues of the digital divide. Over the last decade, we've known that we've lacked the infrastructure for high quality, affordable internet access for the San Joaquin Valley. And during the global pandemic, those issues became even much greater as we all started to work from home and remotely and started to also get educated at home as well. That digital divide has caused even more issues for our young people who, again, don't have that quality access and who are now behind in schools and in education. You'll hear from those folks as we speak today. You also hear today in a special panel from our young elected officials in the San Joaquin Valley. We're very proud to uplift the voices of our young elected officials who are serving in either a county board of supervisor seat local city council seats, and are doing the work in their part to uplift their communities and bring equity back into their own homes and communities as well. So we're very excited to be sharing that work with folks in this space as well. Over the next 2 days, you'll also hear about the work of our environmental justice policy brief. They will be supporting that work as well. And then you will be able to hear more about the policy platform in general and learn more about what we're going to be talking about in terms of our regional town hall meetings after Equity on the Mall. So we're very excited to be sharing all this work with you. I want to remind folks that, again, we are live on Hopin and also Facebook and YouTube. If you want to access the interpreter services for the day and for also tomorrow, you can only do that on the Hopify. On the Hopin platform. To access the Hopin platform, you need to register for the event. So if you go to www.equityonthemall.org, you can hit the register now button. You'll be able to then register and have full access of that work as well. So for those that are trying to access on Hopin the interpreter services, what you would want to do is to access the simultaneous interpretation. Please go to the upper right-hand corner of your computer screen beneath the area that says Event and Stage, and you will see the term translations. You will then see an image that says Interpretify. Click and select the Interpretify button, and you will see 4 options drop down: Spanish, Hmong, Punjabi, and Mandarin. Click on either of the languages and click Connect to automatically hear the event in your preferred language. If you have any issues, please let us know by clicking on the help desk. And if you are accessing this from Facebook or YouTube, again, please join us on Hopin by registering at equityonthemall.org to join us in those spaces. So we are going to go ahead and again, hear from multiple folks again over the next couple of days to talk about the pivot that folks made from their regular work to support communities to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic and the wealth that brought in terms of getting more people involved, but also being able to get more folks involved in understanding the systems change work that is important to all of our communities in those spaces. So we are very, very proud to be sharing that work with folks in those spaces. I want to go ahead and run through again a little bit of the panels that we'll be outlining for day 2. We will have hear conversations and expertise from Ms. Margaret Jackson from Cultural Brokers, John Aguirre from the Central California LGBTQIA+ 2S Collaborative, Donald Donner from Empowering Marginalized Action Asian Communities, EMAC, and also be hearing from the California community with family farms to learn about the work that they've been doing in those spaces. So again, we are going to be going to a quick video to kind of just go through the PowerPoint to show some of the past photos from our Equity on the Malls in the past, and then we will come back with our first panel presentations. Can you keep photos? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all got in a good stretch, and it's really important that you all are staying hydrated and have some good snacks to keep the energy up during the next couple of days. As you can see from the last video, we have come a long way with Equity on the Mall, and we still have so much more work to do to make sure that we are, again, fulfilling the vision that we have of a healthier, more equitable San Joaquin Valley. As we mentioned, Equity on the Mall and the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund would not exist without our community partners and our engaged residents of the San Joaquin Valley. And so now it's our opportunity to be able to share with you the wonderful, beautiful, and empowering work that our community partners are doing with all of the residents in San Joaquin Valley to fulfill that vision of a healthier and more equitable San Joaquin Valley. So to kick off our IHEAL policy platform presentations, I'd like to give a warm welcome to our Education Subcommittee presenting an overview of the issues facing San Joaquin Valley students. Education Committee, take it away. Hey, Erica, how you doing? Deep, how you doing?
Doing great. Great to be with you all.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you all for the presentation.
So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So good morning, San Joaquin Valley, and those gathering near and wide or across Zoom, as we often are, for Equity on the Mall. My name is Nandeep Singh, and I'm the chair of the Education Subcommittee and the executive director of the Chicada Movement. I'm delighted to be with you here this morning as we celebrate and uplift the work of so many in the San Joaquin Valley that are challenging the status quo, and as we attempt to build a collective together to create a region where we can all thrive. In this conversation, I wanted to share some thoughts of my own as the chair, as a person who has been an educator, a director of a nonprofit engaged in educational justice, and one who has gained some additional insights about internal processes from being a school board trustee in Fresno County. And then I'm going to really turn it over to my esteemed colleagues and panelists who are going to really go in depth in some key topics. The pandemic has exacerbated and brought to light many inequities that those on the front line have been sounding alarm bells for decades. What is new is the investments that the state of California, the legislature, and the governor are making to chip away at the educational investment gap across the state. However, there are challenges ahead that is going to require bold leadership and a commitment towards keeping the California dream alive. In the educational realm, while the news from Sacramento has been very positive this year, still many of us are watching the economic forecasts ahead with a lot of trepidation and caution. Will California continue to invest in its future, or as during the recession of 2007-9, will the gains be just as easily lost when we no longer have record budget surpluses? A second point I wanted to lift and to stress is the importance, and really for policymakers to really rethink in some ways the LCAP, or the Local Control and Accountability Plan. While the change in funding to a more local control was meant to create more possibilities for parent and community involvement, too often it lacks student engagement, who are often at the forefront to provide the most critical insights. CBOs, community-based organizations with deep roots in communities, are often shut out of opportunities to engage with schools and students they usually serve, only for districts to too often contract and partner with for-profit educational businesses with limited connections to communities or the schools beyond the terms of their contract. And this is something that I'm hoping policymakers really make note of as they're thinking of really how do we create this equity for all, starting with an equity on the mall. And this can be a key place for policy action. Conversations around social emotional learning and mental health are rife around the state. However, a key question we're all wrestling with is, do the services required actually get to where they're needed? Or far too often, is it just a checkoff for your bureaucrat to provide to someone above them? Equity has to be centered at our school boards and in ways that the resources actually flow to our students. These are going to just be some of the conversations that my colleagues are going to be going into in depth as we talk about and center the crisis around education across the state. My colleagues today are going to touch on a number of these critical issues, some of the most burning in the state. Our friends at the Dolores Huerta Foundation, with their dynamic education policy director, Ashley De La Rosa, will share about the over-policing of students. While many police departments cut back on SROs, student resource officers, due to their staffing shortages, it is often the adults that seek to bring them back when students and children are rarely asked for their input. Following Ashley will be Vianney Barraza from the Educational Leadership Foundation, who will share her unique insights into student needs, as the organization has been a key part of providing important resources for low-income students and families. Following Vianney will be Erica Hockard from the Source LGBT out of Tulare County. Erica will be sharing about the school climate and the communities and cultures that we seek to forge. While other states are seeking to censor and inhibit our students from expressing themselves and being themselves, in California, often our rhetoric is the opposite. But does our deeds match our spirit? Our student bodies and student lives should not be the football fields for adults, and Erica is going to be sharing about rehumanizing our youth. Finally, Harjeet Singh, my colleague at the Jakarta Movement and a trustee for the Sutter County Office of Education, will be sharing his insights and reflections on our educational future in this post-pandemic world. Education is at the interstices of all parts of the iHeal platform. It really tells a story about our investments for the future. What is the California we wish to build? Who are the people we wish to be? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley, and I'm very excited to listen to so many different points of views, and really happy to be part of this presentation. To you, go Ashley.
Thank you, Deeb. Hello, everybody. My name is Ashley De La Rosa, Education Policy Director with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. My pronouns are she, her, ella. So just a little bit about the Dolores Huerta Foundation. Our mission is to inspire and organize communities, to build volunteer organizations empowered to pursue social justice. With this, we have an organizing model focused on grassroots advocacy, having neighbors united or Vecinos Unidos, which are a base of volunteers, developing hands-on leadership, and having youth parent community empowerment, with really a focus on civic engagement, education equity, and youth leadership, which all comes integrated when we're talking about leading education equity in the Central Valley. So just to paint a picture of how we started education organizing, in Kern County, there was, just to paint a picture, right? We had a district that up until 2009, one of its schools had a rebel mascot, a Confederate image, in a Black and Latinx high school with street names after Confederate figures across the school. There was a school named Plantation up until 2020 after the murder of George Floyd. There in this school district, there's about 40,000 students, where the demographic of the teachers, 65% of the population are Black and brown students, where 70% of the teachers are white. So we know that there are huge disparities within Kern County, as we see across the Central Valley. And in 2009, 2010, there was a national report that issued that the Kern High School District was expelling and suspending students at a much higher rate in the state, with over 2,500 expulsions and 90 for non-mandatory offenses, where the majority of the students being expelled were Black and brown students. So at this time, there were parents that were also coming to the Dolores Huerta Foundation asking for support, because when they were having notices come to their house, they didn't understand what was going on. There was notices in English when they were Spanish speakers. The hearings were in central Bakersfield when they lived in the rural areas of Kern County. So there was a lot of disparities and a lot of injustices happening around for our parents, right? So we really began organizing with a model of communications, being able to have parents share their stories, coming together to build a collaborative known as the Kern Education Justice Collaborative, with policy and legal strategy, doing some advocacy and education around the budget, the school district budget, and allowing parents to understand that they have a say, thanks to how Deep had mentioned earlier, the local control and accountability plan, and being able to have input as to where they want their dollars spent. And so throughout the years, we have really been focusing on being able to not just use the data, but also uplift the stories that give faces and to the numbers that are being provided. So in 2014, the Dolores Huerta Foundation, along with other non-community-based organizations, filed a lawsuit and settled in 2017, which was one of its first and historic kind of settlement, which demanded that the current high school district do an overhaul on their disciplinary practices, implement more positive interventions and behavioral supports, being able to hire and retain more teachers of color, African American teachers, Latinx teachers, and being able to have a change in the culture that we see. So during 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, we know that there's a disparity, right? We know that there is a huge amount of police presence in our schools. I mean, there's 29 officers, 4 substitute officers, dispatchers. The current high school district has one of its own police departments where they have a chief and then they have a lieutenant. So with that, we compare it to what other resources our students have desperately advocated for. We had a survey where the majority of our students asked for mental health services, more nurses on campuses, being able to lead spaces, peer-to-peer learning. So, the numbers themselves are showing that there's an idea of what the school district sees as safety and security, and we have what our youth are also advocating for. So our youth have been leading conversations where they are providing recommendations, asking for nurses. They had a campaign where in Arvin, they were asking for more nurses and counselors, designing yard signs, getting petitions signed, and being able to really advocate for what they need. And so the fight today still is going on. We see that recently with schools going back in person, there's been a lot of trauma and violence coming into our schools that can be really healed through more restorative justice practices, being able to ensure that we're having open dialogues. And although our youth are leading these conversations along with parents, it's not enough. We need school district board members to really take the time to learn about their communities that they're representing, learning about the issues that are at hand and how it affects every community member. We see the data, we hear the stories, and it's all the same. Our Latinx, our African American, our LGBTQ+, our indigenous students are the ones being affected the most by police presence, and it's not causing any safety or security. So our mission is to continue to organize, use a budget to ensure that there's advocacy around that, ensuring that our youth are taking up leadership positions in school site councils, in student leadership, and having these hard conversations. But it shouldn't be up to them solely, and it should be a work in progress that we continue to support. And so with that being said, today, I ask of you all to really take a moment to hear from our youth, to really have an opportunity to voice your concerns as a parent, as a community member, and really demand accountability from the school board members that are passing and adopting policies and practices that are often inequitable, and supporting those who also are supporting the policies and practices that are supporting our students. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vianney Barraza. I am with the Education and Leadership Foundation. Just a brief overview, our mission is to empower the underrepresented communities through immigrant services, equitable education opportunities, and social justice. Today, I will be doing a brief presentation on understanding the services of students' needs, a focus on non-English speaking and the immigrant student experience. One of the primary topics that we want to bring attention to is the need for educator training on politically correct language. Many students that the foundation helps have come to us and express their experience of being subject to demeaning and harsh language, either used by their peers or in some cases their educators to describe themselves, their families, and their communities. At times, the language used is incorrect, is used by mistake, but it still cuts deeply within their learning experience. We want to ensure that teachers and students are educated on the correct terms and language to use with their peers, that the school setting should be a place of safety, understanding the correct language used to refer to the undocumented students and non-English speakers is the first step that we can take. Language sensitivity training and the terms to use to avoid when referring to undocumented students is important. It needs to be implemented at all education levels. We need to bring awareness to the use of derogatory language towards the students. It really does impact their learning experience. We want to provide a positive learning experience where they want to be engaged, where they feel safe in school and they want to be part of that community. We want to prevent discouragement and potential dropouts due to preventable language use. Another factor that we want to focus on is educator training on high-risk students for K-12. High risk refers to minority students, academically disadvantaged, disabled, or low socioeconomic status, many of those categories which apply to undocumented and non-English speaking students. We want to embrace the immigrant students and their culture to give them access to the full school curriculums for these students. We don't want to undervalue English learners. We do not want to limit their progress in their core subjects. Immigrants and non-English speaker students are often overlooked in their education and they suffer for it. They are overpassed for opportunities to join academically challenging courses due to their English learner status. However, educators must not overlook these students. They must recognize that being shy or quiet does not reflect on the student's academic performance ability. Let's give English learners the opportunity to compete on par with their English-speaking peers. Let's give them access to honors or advanced placements in leadership classes. Let themselves be the judge of what their limitations are. Another factor that we want to bring attention to is the parents' understanding of what A3G requirements are. A3G high school course requirements for university admissions are separate from graduation requirements. Many parents do not understand this. They don't understand that not taking A3G courses will result in their students having to attend a community college and then transfer to a four-year institution. There is a need for parents to advocate that their children's classes are helping them become college ready. Many parents that understand are under the impression that by simply attending schools, their children will be ready and prepared for a higher education. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Many students are not taking the core classes needed to be accepted into a four-year university. There is a lack of communication between counselors and the parents, which we find very unfortunate. The parents of non-English speaking undocumented students are the most disinformed. There is a need to bridge this information gap between parents and their children's school. We need live information workshops for parents in their native language to help them understand the needs of their children's education. Parents want to advocate for those children's education. Let's give them the tools so they can do so. We need educational workshops. There needs to be fundings for these. They need to be presented in the parents' native language. Printed pamphlets are not enough to go ahead and share the vital information that is needed for these courses. We need live question and answer sessions to clarify any doubts. If the schools don't have bilingual staff members to make these presentations, we need to bring in translators so that they can have these tough conversations for the betterment of their students. I also want to bring attention to the need of AB 540 trainings for high school counselors. It's an important subject that we have seen at times often overlooked, that high school counselors lack the training on the experience of undocumented students, on what the road of a college readiness is for them. A college education is a dream for many undocumented students, but many are at a loss of what to do to achieve one. There is little information about the aid available for undocumented students for higher education. It's disheartening that when they reach out to their high school counselor, many are left with unclear and often outdated information of what to do. Many undocumented students are left to navigate the road of applying and financing their higher education by themselves. The burden to research and understand the resources available falls on their subject, and many are lost in attempting to understand it. We want to increase the number of undocumented students that are attending college. Having them adequately prepared high school counselors will give them the tools to get there. We want to ensure that all high school counselors are aware of what AB 540 legislation references are for undocumented students in their access to in-state tuition and in-state financial aid. We want them to understand what dream centers are, to have network information, to have points of access to AB 540 support centers. There is a need for continuous training to ensure that high school counselors are up to date on what this information is, to pass it along to this very disadvantaged group of students. And lastly, I want to focus on what is the next step after college graduation for undocumented students. There is a need for undocumented students to get access to work authorizations. Deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, is not an option any longer. It has been rescinded for quite a while. And now we have a new generation of college-educated young professionals without a legal means to get access to any type of work authorization. This forces many to take labor jobs that are unrelated to their degrees. Again, we must focus on what to do with the students after graduation. They are left in limbo. They have achieved their dream of a college education, but now they're at a loss of what to do with their education. A short-term solution to this problem is to provide students with training on how to become independent contractors, to receive training on how to start their own business, on becoming consultants on the field that they trained, to show students that there are licenses available for them to work in their school-related field. Anything that they are interested in. We want to show these college graduates that their education was not wasted, that there is a means for them to go ahead and practice on the field that they have actually chosen to practice in. Again, we ask for a lot more training and information and funding available to go ahead and make non-English households aware of what is the next step for their students' education. Parents, again, are aware that they need to be involved in their students' life. However, the language barrier is something that we have seen is a great difficulty for the immigrant households, for the non-English speaking community. We ask for help to go ahead and get that training for them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Hawkyard and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm from the Source LGBT Plus Center. There we go. Thank you. So I'm here to speak to you all today about humanizing our LGBTQ plus youth. But before I get started, I do want to say Happy Pride. So anyways, it's the best month of the year for us here at the Source. But let's get started. So to preface my discussion, I do want to let you know that typically the Source, we have been involved in the Health Policy Subcommittee, but the journey that our youth took us on this year led us here. And so I appreciate you all giving us an opportunity to voice our youth's concerns. So the Source LGBT Plus Center is from, we're based in Visalia, California, and we serve rural and suburban communities in Tulare and Kings counties. Our mission is to provide spaces within our communities for the LGBTQ plus people to learn, grow, belong, transform, question, and support. Since 2016, we have engaged our local officials, state legislature, as well as healthcare providers and clinics in policy and systems change. Because of these efforts, our Tulare County Health Department and HHSA are now fully engaged in adopting inclusive practices and procedures for LGBT care at all their clinics. Next slide, please. I am from the youth program, and our youth program serves LGBTQ plus and allied youth ages 12 to 26, which is quite broad. We offer peer support, a drop-in center where kids can come in and hang out from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., youth programs and activities, leadership development, HIV and HVC resources and testing, family support for parents of LGBTQ plus youth, and recovery services. And we also offer support to GSAs and schools that we partner with. One of our flagship programs, which is funded by iHeal, is our Leadership Academy, which I'd like, thank you. So our Leadership Academy was founded in 2018. Our LGBTQ plus Youth Leadership Academy expands opportunities and leadership development for LGBTQ plus youth. In Leadership Academy, we emphasize social justice, health advocacy, healing, and education advocacy. To the left, you'll see our class of 2022. They just graduated. Our class of 2022 was our most gender diverse class yet, with 75% of our participants identifying as trans and non-binary. And this was the focus of our exploration with this Leadership Academy, was looking at policies that impact the health of trans, non-binary, and gender expansive youth. They are, our most marginalized members of our community. Not only do they face discrimination from, our larger community in Tulare and Kings County, but also within the queer community itself. So identifying policies and practices that protect them was the main thrust of this year's Leadership Academy. Next slide, please. According to the 2017 report by Movement Advancement Project at GLSEN, there's a lot of alphabet soup in this presentation, so try to keep track of the acronyms. I struggle sometimes myself. 75% of trans students felt unsafe at school because of their gender expression. 70% of trans students said that they had avoided bathrooms because they felt unsafe or uncomfortable. 60% of trans students have been required to use a bathroom or a locker room that did not match the gender they live every day. And 50% of trans students were unable to use the name or pronoun that matched their gender. These numbers are grim enough, but when we sat down with our kids in the beginning of March of this year, 2022, the reality seemed much more grim. Due to the pandemic, we haven't been able to get updated numbers. However, we can look at general reports on queer mental health for youth in the pandemic. Next slide, please, to kind of give us context to extrapolate where our youth are at now. Many LGBTQ plus youth were forced back into the closet when we transitioned to virtual learning. In 2021, the National Survey on LGBTQ plus youth mental health paints a clear picture. Trans and gender diverse youth need gender affirming spaces. 42% of LGBTQ plus youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including more than half of transgender youth and non-binary youth. Over 80% of LGBTQ plus youth stated that COVID-19 made their living situation more stressful. Only 1 in 3 found their home to be LGBTQ plus affirming. 70% of LGBTQ youth stated that their mental health was poor most of the time or always during COVID-19. When our kids were pushed back home for virtual learning, a lot of them were removed from their safety net, the social worker they worked with, the counselor or therapist they worked with. Many of our students were literally making calls to their therapists from inside their closet. They were literally put back into the closet. And when we returned to campus, I think many of our youth were hoping that they could return to being themselves, being their most authentic selves. But when we looked at our area, so that's Tulare and Kings County, a lot of our youth were facing administrations that were emboldened by the previous administration and basically we're not following policies that are already in place to protect our youth. Next slide, please. So a lot of our kids returned to campus and they were unable to use pronouns, unable to be referred to by their preferred name. And a lot of our students were facing a mental health crisis, and that front line was in our schools. So the biggest thing that we talk to the schools we work with is that gender affirming care and policies are suicide prevention. You are literally saving lives by allowing people to use their pronouns, preferred name, or just simply not rejecting kids. That's what we press on as many schools that we work with as possible. So what can your schools do? What can you do? What can our trustees do? Create safe spaces. LGBTQ youth who have access to spaces that affirm their sexual orientation and gender identity reported lower rates of attempting suicide. And also, as I mentioned before, respecting names and pronouns. Transgender, non-binary youth who are able to change their names and or gender marker on legal documents, such as driver's license and birth certificates, reported lower rates of attempting suicide. Now, when we're looking at queer youth, it doesn't even have to go that far. Being able to update their name and gender marker on roll, like within Aries, whatever your school uses to track attendance on your grade book, all those things make a huge difference in how you are able to protect your queer students on campus. Next slide, please. So I mentioned policy doesn't quite meet up with practice. Laws and policies are in place to protect gender expansive youth in our service area, but they're not correctly implemented, if at all. In many schools and service providers, many basic human needs and acknowledgements that cisgendered people take for granted are denied to queer youth. To the right is a student organized walkout in protest of a student being harassed and misgendered by a staff member at University Preparatory High School in Visalia this April. This is one of many complaints that were relayed to us by youth in our leadership academy, youth in our regular youth group, or kids who just come up and talk to us when we're out at events, just being visible. We also were reported stories of kids not being able to access a bathroom, kids who were harassed by administration saying things like, I don't agree with your lifestyle, or referring to them as having an alternative lifestyle. So our kids are facing a lot of hostility from the top down right now. And in this case, I also would like to stress that school admin supported the teacher who was misgendering this student. So it is a campus culture problem. Next slide, please. So when we started Leadership Academy, our emphasis, as I mentioned earlier, was gender affirming care is suicide prevention. And in March, our local Planned Parenthood, which is the only service provider in our two counties that provides access to gender affirming care. At the start of Leadership Academy, the permit for their new location was appealed. 2 Leadership Academy alums and 1 current staff member attended the meeting to share their stories about their personal experiences and the need for gender affirming care, and gender affirming care is suicide prevention. So they were able to, speak about what their experiences are, what their lived experiences are, and we're really proud of them for voicing that opinion. And like with City Hall, like with our school boards, a lot of the times, like they need to hear from our youth. So being able to provide support for youth to voice their concerns and their lived experiences is a huge piece in changing culture on our campuses. So supporting those youth as they communicate their needs is very important. Next slide, please. We also had the opportunity to partner with Visalia Unified School District over the course of this Leadership Academy. After the Planned Parenthood event, we were invited by VUSD to discuss a Pride proclamation, drafting one with our kids for their campus. I would like to preface this by saying that this was a response to an incident that happened earlier or at the end of the prior year, where the school board made, or a school board member made homophobic comments to a queer staff member. And again, this was an issue highlighting campus or school administration culture that was homophobic. So our Leadership Academy collaborated with them, and the Visalia Unified School District Equity and Student Services Administrator to create a pride resolution for the organization. Before we engaged with them, we wanted to make sure we had a clear discussion about protecting our youth. Basically, Deep mentioned earlier that some admin are more concerned about checking a box, and that's what initially this felt like. So we did have a frank conversation with VUSD outlining our expectations and what we would need for our youth before we brought them into this event. Like, we didn't want our kids to do all of the emotional labor. We wanted the board to draft first. So we talked to our kids after we'd reached that agreement, and then they highlighted 4 primary concerns that they wanted implemented in what would become a resolution instead of a pride proclamation. Bathroom access, protecting gender diverse youth by eliminating barriers to accessing bathrooms across all VUSD and middle and high school campuses pursuant to Ed Code Assembly Bill 1266. Being able to use a bathroom is a human right, and a lot of the times there's only one on a campus that has like 800 kids, or they need a key and they have to go ask the nurse for it, and it's embarrassing. Making sure that our kids are able to access a gender diverse bathroom. Also, cultural competency training for staff, addressing the health and safety of LGBTQ plus individuals by providing LGBTQ cultural competency training to staff, educators, administrators, and school board members, so that they are educated on why, like how to be respectful to queer kids, why it's important, how it's suicide prevention, all those important pieces. Acknowledgement of legal protections for trans youth. Education Code Section 220, which clearly outlines gender, gender identity, and gender expression and sexual orientation as protected classes. We have the policies that protect these kids. They're just not being enacted. So ironing out, listing what those policies are so that they have to acknowledge them. And additionally, data. We wanted to include data from a 2018 report that gender diverse students who are supported by LGBTQ plus affirming policies on school campuses had a 56% drop in suicidal ideation, more than half. So we wanted to outline that their actions could potentially save lives, or would. Next slide, please. So this was a process we went through with our kids. We met with VUSD task forces. We wanted to clearly outline our expectation of the board before bringing Leadership Academy Youth into the discussion. The board needed to create the initial draft and commit to enacting some of the youth suggestions. We wanted to make sure that our youth would get something out of this, and they had to commit to doing a certain number of action items from this resolution. Leadership Academy met with VUSD Equity and Student Services Administrator. The administrator met up with our Leadership Academy youth and talked about the process that the board would have to go through to adopt the policy and set realistic expectations. We wanted to make sure that our kids knew like this was a long process and how this process would play out, and so that they had realistic expectations when they were coming up with their asks. We wanted to make sure this was a positive experience for our youth. And then Leadership Academy reviewed the policy that the policy draft the board had and made recommendations. Youth read through the resolution and had several group discussions and outlined 4 action items for the board. Taking their notes, a staff member then drafted the new resolution, including those action items. As of today, we still have not gotten a finalized resolution. They've been going back and forth. It's a long process, but we've been transparent with our youth through this whole process. Next slide, please. So why did I talk about all this? Well, we want to stress to anyone who's involved in any aspect of education, how they can get engaged to create safe spaces on campus, because this is a long process, and the best way to protect our LGBTQ plus youth, particularly our trans and non-binary youth, is to engage with your local school and school board. Pride Month acknowledgements. Does your campus have one? Many organizations post theirs. Find one you like and tweak it. There's loads of templates online, and it's a really easy thing to do to shine a light on LGBTQ plus youth. Create safe spaces. Many LGBTQ plus youth are only at are only out at school to their friends. Creating spaces where they can be fully themselves saves lives. So they're not going to be out to everyone on campus, but if you're one trustworthy adult, one person that they can confide in, that's huge. Advocate for safe bathrooms for trans and LGBTQ plus youth. How many gender inclusive single stall bathrooms are on your campuses? Do they need a key? Do they have to go to the nurse's office? Find out. It's oftentimes there are bathrooms that aren't being utilized that can easily be flipped to a gender inclusive bathroom. Practice pronouns. Normalize introducing yourself with pronouns. Start staff meetings by introducing your pronouns. Be the change. This one is huge. I cannot tell you how many kids light up when I introduce myself with my pronouns and how many kids then share their pronouns for the first time. That's a really easy thing to do that creates safety instantly. Also, celebrate queer joy. Amplify positive stories about queer youth. Share their wins. Tell them how amazing they are. Joy is resistance. And I hope you also enjoyed all the photos of our queer youth shining a light on what they did this year. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I hope that you leave this engaged and ready to create safe spaces within your organizations, with your partner schools, and implement these simple changes that have a huge impact on reducing suicide in queer youth. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Harjeet Singh. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm very excited to share about what the future or what education futures can look like. I'll be sharing from my perspective as a director of a nonprofit organization, Jakara Movement, a trustee for the Sutter County Office of Education, and a former K-12 teacher. Today, I'll talk about 3 important issues for the future of education: partnering with community-based organizations, partnering with students, and workforce development. Second slide, please. Thank you. So first, we'll speak about utilizing the expertise of community-based organizations. I serve on the planning committee for California School Board Association's annual education conference that hosts thousands of California school board members every year. As we plan this year's conference and analyze the data to see what resources school districts seek, communicating and building relationships with families and communities comes to the top of the priority list. For some school districts, they would like to have a better understanding of the needs of their students and families. For some school districts, they have many programs that are underutilized because they struggle to communicate with parents. In both cases, communication and relationship building is important. We cannot make progress unless there is a healthy relationship between schools and families. Schools do not need to reinvent the wheel in terms of relationship building and communication. Instead, they can consult with experts in communicating with families and building relationships with community. Who are these experts? Community-based organizations, CBOs, nonprofits, 501c3s, whatever you'd like to call them. These organizations are responsive to the needs of the community, and they adapt as the educational climate changes as well. Community organizations already knew how to build relationships pre-pandemic. Now they have learned how to build relationships through a pandemic as well, virtually and remotely. And that's because this is what CBOs do all the time. Schools have to think about curriculum, assessment, operations, finances, student safety, and dozens of other things before even getting to family and community engagement. Community-based organizations are connecting with students, their parents, and maybe their grandparents all day, every day. And I can say that because having been involved with community organizing, I can say that the work never stops. What I have noticed is that schools and districts rarely leverage the expertise of community-based organizations. Often organizations have to plead with schools to let them engage their students and families. Districts will often give third-party organizations contracts to aid in family engagement. And those third-party orgs are not connected to the community that the district serves. To ameliorate this issue, when districts receive funding, there needs to be a requirement for them to utilize CBOs at the very least to help with student and family engagement. But I can see so much more coming out of that. Community orgs can run after-school programs. They can train teachers to be more culturally responsive to their students. Some organizations can evaluate curricula and make recommendations to create a more equity-focused and inclusive curriculum. There is so much potential if community organizations are brought in as partners. Speaking of partners, how about we build a true partnership with students? Next slide, please. In any relationship, you can't have a true partnership if one side wields all the power. Within our K-12 education system, the primary stakeholders are students, teachers, and parents. A parent can run for school board and be a parent representative on the decision-making council. Teacher unions can endorse a candidate who will be a champion for teachers on the school board. What can students do? Nothing really. Sure, students can elect student representatives that report to the school board and inform them of the issues that affect them. But when it comes down to voting, board members are responsible to all their constituents. The student voice often gets drowned out because students can't vote for school board members via elections. In 2017, the California legislature passed AB 261. This law allows high school students to sit as a board member on a school board and cast a preferential vote that does not determine the outcome of the final vote. While I believe that this is a great first step, I don't think it's the destination. What if we took it further? What if students elected someone to truly represent the student voice, and that person is a full voting member of the local school board? If we truly want students to be civically engaged in local government, their vote has to count, and their voice needs to be heard. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to speak briefly about workforce development. This is an important topic because at the end of the day, our students are receiving an education so that they can be a part of the workforce. Some will immediately after high school, others will go to college and work after. Regardless, we have to give students the necessary skills to be successful in the workforce. For students who seek alternative routes to careers, there are many great career and technical education programs available for them. I'm very proud of the CTE programs we have here at Sutter County, from culinary arts to various medical assistant programs. These programs are great and they serve so many students, and they should continue to receive funding. In addition to that, I'd like to talk about the future of workforce development in relation to computer science. Computer science education is critical for all students in California. Right now, only 3% of high school students are enrolled in computer science classes. Why is that significant? California leads the nation in the size of its tech workforce, adding 50,000 new tech jobs last year alone. However, the state is currently unable to meet the growing demand for a skilled and diverse technology workforce. threatening our economic growth, competitiveness, innovation, and equity. No matter what jobs our students will be performing in 10 to 20 years, they will need some level of computer literacy. Students should have access to CS classes, regardless of the zip code they live in, if they want to remain competitive in the rapidly changing workforce. Last slide, please. So in conclusion, there is a lot for us to just not think about, but take action on, from creating partnerships with community-based organizations and students to providing equitable access for computer science education for all California students. Let's work together to create educational equity for our students. Thank you.
Thanks, Harjeet. Thank you for the Education Subcommittee for the wonderful presentation. We have some time and we'd love to ask a couple of questions that you all may help us answer in this space right now. So, at the top, Deepak talked about the surplus that we have in California, right? And the governor has talked about a record surplus that we've seen in California. If each of you could think about, where do you all see, or where do students think about where those dollars should be going, right? Based on your presentations today. We can start with Ashley, and then we'll go Harjeet, and then Erica.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so many of our students and community members have expressed the need for wellness and restorative justice, having a center to be able to go to whenever these issues arise. A lot of these issues are preventative, right? Measures to ensure that we stray away from the harsh discipline practices. So I would say investment or put dollars in wellness, whether it be wellness centers, more focus on school counselors, creating a pipeline to ensure that there are the necessary counselors in school districts, especially in the rural areas. And then also making sure that there's therapists, our school psychologists.
Great. Thanks, Ashley. Harjeet?
Yeah, I can just, I'd love to add on to what Ashley mentioned. Mental health wellness is just key priority for many of our students. And if we think about the numbers in schools, there might be one counselor who's responsible for hundreds of students and overseeing them. And that's just an impossible expectation to have for one person to be able to truly think about the well-being of our students. And so, bringing in more mental health resources. We dedicate so much to the academic health and well-being of our students, but as our students go to school, that's just one aspect of their growth and development. So I would definitely plus 1 million to more resources for mental health.
Great. Thank you. Erica?
I mean, I'm going to say the same. We're in a crisis right now, and especially when we look at our younger youth, right? A lot of people over the age of 6, a lot of our youth do have anxiety, do experience depression. It just can't be diagnosed. And so we'll have, at least in our service area, we'll have one school social worker or therapist who's then servicing 4 schools. So each school only has 0.25 of a licensed professional who can offer on-site support. Also, cultural competency training for all of those individuals, especially when we're looking at demographics, right? Like a lot of our school counselors, at least in our service area, are white cis women. And they need to have the training to adequately address the needs of our youth, of our BIPOC youth, of our queer youth, of our ESL speakers, so that they are getting all of the support, not just a part of it.
Great, thank you. Vianney, I'll ask that question to you as well. We talked about the surplus. Are there ways that you all see, or your students you work with see, that extra dollars should be put into their schools, and for what use?
Again, the need for more counselors, and also the need to have some type of translating services. A lot of the people that we serve, the students end up translating for their parents. And again, some of the language is lost there. They don't know the correct educational terms to use to translate correctly. And it shouldn't be on the students' shoulders to be able to translate the services for their parents. They are there for the help. They need the support. So we need more bilingual staff, and we need more counselors and more training. I believe that is where the surplus should go to some extent.
Great, thank you. To some extent, all of you have talked about the importance of engaging students, but also their families in the schools and also in school board decision making. Can you all speak to what your organization is doing in that space, and also maybe shed light on some, what types of trainings are needed to support students and parents to engage in that? In that decision-making process. And I'll kick it off with Harjeet. You can start with that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So what Jakara movement is doing is we're very much focused on civic engagement. And so students who are involved in any of our programs, they're actually required to attend at least one school board meeting a year to be engaged with the organization. And so they attend these meetings, and then we have to prep them quite a bit before the meeting just to go through the agenda, to know what the flow of the meeting is going to be like. And also we encourage students to speak at meetings as well. And like a big push that we had done was during redistricting. So redistricting has been happening, through different levels of government. But students are more interested in schools and their school board. And so, advocating for, specific communities of interest and prepping students to do that. And I think in terms of engaging with school board, it's difficult because just knowing how to read the agenda, knowing like what's going to be covered, knowing how to give a public comment, knowing when to do all these things. I think there's a big gap in what happens and what we actually know as community members. So those trainings are necessary. But then I think a big part of it also falls on the school district and the school board in terms of when are they holding their meetings? Are the meetings at a time that's accessible for families and students? If a meeting is at 5 p.m., how do you expect a parent to get off of work and go to a meeting? And if it's too late at night, how do you expect a student to be able to stay at a meeting? So that the location of it, and also just the outreach that they're doing. I know many school boards, the outreach is, well, we posted our agenda online and no one showed up to this meeting. Why didn't anyone show up? How are you outreaching to people and encouraging them to come?
Great, thanks. Erica, anything to add to that?
We always try to send someone with our youth when they are attending school board or like city hall meetings, because it's really helpful for them to have someone there to support them, because it's scary getting up. And then like with Harjeet, like we also we have them like hang out for a bit, have pizza, talk about like what the meeting's like. Additionally too, like in terms of offering support for parents going through this process though, is being an advocate with the parent as well. Especially when we're dealing with like, let's say, a student has experienced like discrimination or something like that. And it's really stressful for the parent to navigate these processes, especially when you're dealing with an outed child on a school campus, right? Going to a school board meeting to air your grievances is exacerbating the problem. It is shining a light, putting that kid under a microscope, which is the opposite of what should be done to protect the child in this case, right? You want to restore their safety, their security. So in those cases, we actually, we will take like a group of people, like, to like go and support, to talk generally about the policy, but then we usually encourage the parents to do like a one-on-one meeting instead, so that this one youth isn't put under the spotlight. So when we're looking at like advocating for queer youth, like you do have that like visibility issue. And we always always tell the parents, keep checking in. They may say like, I'm gung-ho, mom, let's go to the school board meeting, and then the reality hits. And additionally too, like, make sure that you're checking in. Is you don't know what kind of bullying they're experiencing virtually from their classmates, from strangers who are adults who should know better, commenting on the Facebook feed if the school board meeting streamed live. So the other thing we stress is keep checking on your kid, keep checking in that they're okay, make sure that they're getting the mental health support that they need.
Great. VNA, anything to add to that?
At the Education Leadership Foundation, we have something called Parent University that focuses on teaching the importance of being involved in your child's school life, not only like the first 5 all the way to college readiness. So it's a group of mostly mothers that get together, they take these courses, and if they have grievances, they get together and they actually are very active about going to the school site. So I haven't seen go to the school board level yet. So they, again, address the problem more locally.
Great. And then Ashley, anything to add or to close out this segment?
Yeah, so what the Dolores Huerta Foundation is doing is we're developing communities' understanding of movement building. As I painted the picture earlier, our work started in 2009 and has been continuously going for all these years, right? It's a movement that regardless of policy, we can't get rid of the harms of the educational system until we address the root cause, which oftentimes is systemic racism and oppressive systems that exist in our schools. And so, just as we mentioned earlier with the pandemic, we've highlighted so many already existing disparities. And so being able to really uplift the stories of our communities, advocate for change, and strive for education equity. We heard the term community a lot. And so being mindful of where all the communities are coming from, looking at the data, who are the students being suspended and expelled? Why are they being expelled? Looking at the parents that are not showing up, right? What reach are you going to take in order to ensure that they are coming? Many of the times they don't have access to the web, they don't have access to even some higher advanced telephones. So why don't we continue to send mail and ensure that we're doing all our efforts in order to engage all of the communities? And, I really do think that in order to address education equity, we also need to be involved civically, have civic engagement, teach our students, our parents about their opportunities, about their rights, being able to learn about the school board, how they run, right? What are their processes? What are their responsibilities? So when issues do arise, they know exactly who to go to. Community members know who to go to, and be able to be engaged. And more so, it's just building on this solidarity, this sense of community to ensure that we are addressing the issues and we are being intentional about working together to adopt equitable policies and close the gaps. So that's all I'll have to share.
Great. Thank you very much. So we are at time, and we just want to thank you all for sharing the wonderful work that you all are doing, for uplifting the voices of students and parents in your communities, and for sharing the work that you all have been doing across the San Joaquin Valley. So thank you again, the Education Committee, for that work. I want to transition now to our next panel. We're very excited to uplift this panel. And again, when we talk about our iHeal work, we understand that, communities don't face these issues in silos. And we also know that the issues of the iHeal platform intersect with one another. And when residents are facing these issues. So this next panel showcases an example of what the power of the iHeal platform looks like and what working across issue areas can look like as well. We also know that our solutions need to reflect the reality. So please allow us to welcome the Housing and Land Use Planning Subcommittees as they present on affordable housing and compact growth. I would like to note that we will have a Assembly Member Joaquin Arambola joining us for this session at 11:30. And so he'll be back in this session as well. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our Housing and Land Use and Planning Subcommittee to take it over.
presented on affordable housing and compact growth. I would like to note that we will have a
You're on, guys.
Okay, I hear a lagging, and so I wanted to make sure I wasn't interrupting anything.
I think one of you has an extra tab open in the background, so if you just want to close your extra tab, you'll be good.
Awesome. Thank you all. Take it away, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Sergio. Appreciate you. Hi, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the Housing and Land Use Subcommittee's event for the 2022 Equity on the Mall. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I am a community organizer with Faith in the Valley and your MC for this portion. We're so excited for all of you to join us today. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in the Central Valley of Denver, California. I've been working towards working alongside many across the Central Valley who believe housing is a human right, and believe that when we put people over profit, then we can get to a place where everyone can thrive. So we're excited to have all of you join us today for a robust discussion on how affordable housing has an impact on the San Joaquin Valley communities and the value in bringing constituent voices to the table. Among our presenters today will be Betsy McGovern Garcia, Program Director of Real Estate Development at Self-Help Enterprise based in Visalia. We also have Dr. Joaquin Arambola, representing the 31st District in the California Assembly, and our special guests, Nick Worrell and Christine Worrell of Residents United Network, to speak about how affordable housing has impacted their lives. To kick us off, we are excited to have our favorite affordable housing developer join us. From Self-Help Enterprise, we have Betsy McGovern Garcia, Program Director of Real Estate Development. Ms. McGovern Garcia has over 18 years of experience in affordable housing development, including extensive project management experience, tax credit syndication, sustainability projects, including solar, PV, and gray water, grant writing, and financial underwriting, and construction design and management. While with the city of Tulare from 2006 to 2012, Betsy obtained her LEEDAP certification.
I don't know how to refresh my website.
Facilitated various energy efficiency projects and coordinated the cleanup of 3 brownfield sites with EPA funding. Betsy also facilitated the development of over 600 units of affordable housing with the city as a lender in various projects. Betsy worked for the City of Visalia Natural Resource Conservation Division from 2012 to 2014 and assisted with the design of water conservation policy and community engagement plan. Installation of 1.78 megawatts of solar PV and extensive energy efficient improvements at 3 city facilities. Since rejoining Self-Help Enterprise team in 2014, the organization has been successful in constructing 424 new affordable housing units, secured funding, and has an additional 600 units in construction, and completed the acquisition of sustainable rehabilitation of 299 existing units. The real estate development team has been successful in leveraging low-income housing tax credits with state and federal resources, such as
You need to get in now.
affordable housing and sustainable communities. Under Betsy's leadership, Under Betsy's leadership, housing projects have expanded to include a variety of sustainability elements, including zero net energy development, gray water and variety transportation amenities, including van pool, ride sharing, and public transit initiative programs. Betsy also oversees the construction of subdivisions to provide finished lots for the Mutual Self-Help Housing Program. Under her direction, she has developed over 400 new single unit lots and secured secondary financing such as Home Shop, USDA, California Self-Help Housing Program funds, and other single family financing resources. Currently, she, real estate development team, has 1,369 rental units in various stages of pre-development and 402 single-family lots in development. That was quite a mouthful, Betsy, so we are so excited to have you with us. Please, over to you, Betsy.
Okay, well, thank you. Is the group able to share my screen? Do you see my PowerPoint?
We do see it up.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, everyone. As was mentioned, my name is Betsy McGovern Garcia, Director of Real Estate Development at Self-Help Enterprises. I have made a mental note to myself to start sending my 2-line bio so that all of the great attendees in the audience never have to sit through that again. So my apologies for that extensive listing. Just a bit about Self-Help Enterprises. We are based in Visalia with an office in Madera. We were established in 1965, and we did pioneer the mutual self-help housing model where families contribute 40 hours of labor a week to build their own homes, typically building in groups of 10 to 12 families, and none of the families move in until all of the families in the group have completed their home and it's ready for move-in. We do own and operate just under 2,000 units of rental housing. As was mentioned, we currently have 600 units under construction and approximately 1,300 in pre-development. We have an active community services division that works on the drought and water and sewer and drinking water and schools and making sure that every resident of the San Joaquin Valley has access to clean drinking water and adequate infrastructure. That includes an emergency response team that delivers water and puts in new water wells and installs laterals, and also has been active in wildfire response and the pandemic. We have actively participated in California's climate funding programs, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program. We have 5 of those projects, which I'll talk about today, and 1 transformative climate communities project in Fresno. And we are implementing a whole variety of transportation and sustainability efforts. And really the fundamental focus of our work is healthy communities, healthy and sustainable communities. How do we help our residents be healthy and thrive? How do we support communities and keep them vital and sustainable for the long term? So I'm just going to share some case studies, the first of which is Stonegate Village in Patterson. It was actually a hybrid, which probably won't mean much to folks who are not low-income housing tax credit practitioners, but we did use a combination of 4% and 9% tax credits. It is located within a larger subdivision, so at full build-out, we'll have 138 rental units and 207 single-family homes. It is the inclusionary component of a larger development project, which contains approximately 2,500 housing units. And so I'm pleased to say the city of Patterson is one of the only communities in the San Joaquin Valley with an inclusionary housing program. And our project is a direct result of that great policy. We did, in response to the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program, increase our density. So part of, preserving open spaces and ag land is really being good stewards of infill sites and of sites designated for rental housing development. So we are building at 20 units per acre and actively working with an architect called Moguero Architects out of Sacramento. We also worked on this project to expand van pool into Stanislaus County. The California Van Pool Authority has a joint powers agreement, which allows it to provide van pool throughout the San Joaquin Valley, and Stanislaus County was not a member of that JPA. So through this project, which included a new bus pullout, sidewalks, bike lanes, we were also able to facilitate the entry of Stanislaus County into the JPA. We do develop pretty much 100% of our new projects as zero net energy. We include solar PV to offset the common area loads and the residential loads. So in this case, the local utility provider, it wasn't one of the large IOUs, did not have a program for virtual net energy metering. So through Stonegate Village, we were able to work with the utility provider to pilot a virtual net energy program. One thing that's really fascinating about Patterson and really the northern San Joaquin County is the proximity to the Bay Area. Patterson itself is only a 30-minute BART ride or 30-minute drive from the BART. So people can move out and sprawl out into the San Joaquin Valley and take BART to get into the city, or take a quick 90-minute car ride into the city. And so we're seeing a lot of our local residents struggling with the rents, struggling with the housing shortage. We're seeing, 3 generations of farm worker families that are being displaced from places like Patterson and the surrounding communities. And it's really creating a lot of problems for the working families that we support. As I mentioned, Stonegate Village was part of a large master planned community. Love these aerial photos of our projects because you can see the roof line covered in solar. You can see that we're building single family housing next to multifamily housing, which creates housing choice and opportunity. All of our projects include a roughly 3,000 square foot community center. And within that community center, we're able to offer financial literacy, ESL, Zumba to keep people moving. And it really creates housing opportunity in that someone can live in the rental community with an affordable rent. They can save for a down payment, and eventually they can move up and out into our single family program and build their own home. So here's an example of a balanced community where we have higher density housing next to single family housing next to a school. I mentioned some of the sustainability features in Stonegate Village. Just a few things to expand on. We did install 6 fast electric vehicle chargers. You see them pictured here. We installed a bus pullout for a bus stop. We're actually providing free transit passes to all of our residents and vouchers to participate in van pool. So part of creating healthy communities and equity and access is ensuring that our residents also have access to good, high quality transportation opportunities, whether it's van pool, to a common place of employment, accessing the bus, or using our electric vehicle car sharing program, which is called MioCar. These are all expanded transportation opportunities that we're pairing with high quality, affordable housing to ensure that our residents have opportunity. Another project I wanted to share is Palm Terrace in Lindsey. The first phase of Palm Terrace was actually funded through the second round of Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities, and really pivotal for that program because we applied the first round and failed miserably. Literally, we finished in last position or last place on the competition. And the project is higher density, the highest density that's been built in the city of Lindsey. It has workforce connections, on-site services, van pool, construction of a new roundabout, all kinds of great things. And it's going to finish in last place. And that is representative of early AHSC rounds, which did not include the Rural Innovation Project area set aside. And really, this project created the foundation to advocate for a rural set aside within the cap and trade funded programs. This project's also exciting. We have gray water for landscaping, a variety of water conservation measures, solar PV. And then I mentioned MioCar. We have 2 electric vehicles on site that the residents can reserve and take for trips to Valley Children's Hospital or other places. And it eliminates the need for a second vehicle, in some instances, all vehicles, and really creates a great transportation opportunity. One other thing I want to mention is that as we're going all electric and putting on solar PV, we're looking at our community centers, our community buildings as a cooling center and also as an emergency response center. So there's tremendous opportunity within our rental housing communities for the broader community to use those spaces in an emergency or for just general community gatherings, informational meetings, community meetings, things of that nature. So we're trying to educate about these spaces and remind communities that they're available in these different instances for use by the broader community. So 2 really great attributes of Palm Terrace and Lindsey. We were able to secure about $1.2 million through AHSC to construct a roundabout. So this was a 4-lane road that went down to 2, dramatically slowed down traffic, dramatically decreased the amount of the asphalt that needed to be crossed by the students crossing over to the school, and really improved the safety and walkability and bikeability of the area. The second attribute of Palm Terrace that we just really promotes water conservation is the EPIC graywater recycling system. So this is actually a passive system where the water percolates up and irrigates the grass that is located around the playground. And it's a great way to reuse water on our site. Just wanted to take a minute and talk about single family infill development. You know, we really do at Self-Help Enterprises still strongly promote home ownership as one of the remaining tools to break the cycle of poverty and create wealth within families. And so in addition to our mutual self-help housing program, we also have an infill new construction program. I will say that it is not easy. It's one of the most difficult programs we run. And cities haven't quite stepped up to the table yet to streamline infill permitting and provide the incentives that are really required to make it work. But we are taking a run at it. In Visalia, we have 5 lots in North Visalia. We've got 6 in Hanford and 6 in Southwest Fresno. The bottom picture here is a picture of a property on College Avenue in Fresno that we redeveloped with the former redevelopment agency and are making that available to a first-time homeowner. Really, in order to promote infill development of this nature, we need streamlined processing through the cities. We can't have our plan check sit for 6 months and spend, huge amount of resources on engineering calculations and studies and things of that nature. We need flexibility with development concessions. Fresno has granted a concession for us to leave the overhead lines existing and just do some creative things to make these infill sites feasible. And all of these projects require secondary financing for affordability. You know, they will cost somewhere between $250,000 and $300,000 to construct. And our low-income families can usually afford a mortgage between $150,000 and $180,000. So we layer that with secondary financing to make these projects feasible. One other project I wanted to mention is our Goshen development. We were actually found in the community of Goshen, which is just outside of Visalia on the 99, with our first group of 3 families in 1965. But we have systematically developed essentially 2 40-acre parcels in Goshen. And I think this is really a great example of the evolution in density and land use, and also the ability to create balanced communities where our residents can walk and bike to the things that they need. In Goshen, we developed a 10-acre park next to a family healthcare network clinic. And so we have a health clinic and a park. In the second phase, we have already constructed Sequoia Commons 1 and 2, which is 128 units of rental housing, including approximately 30 units of permanent supportive housing. We sold the property that's labeled Phase 5 on the corner for a grocery store, also acknowledging that Goshen is a food desert and we cannot support healthy families without having access to clean or to healthy food options, fruits, vegetables, etc. And so we did deed restrict that corner for the development of a grocery store. The upper right-hand star is the installation of a traffic signal that will help support safe circulation in the area. The entire project is surrounded by a Class 1 separated bike lane and sidewalks. And we are in the process of developing the neighborhood village, which is a manufactured housing community that will serve as 100% permanent supportive housing in partnership with our friends and partners at Salt and Light Works in Visalia, another nonprofit. So we've got a real balance of uses with commercial, parks, health clinics. We've got 89 single family homes in this space, rental housing, and then permanent supportive housing. And here's just a sampling of the housing types. You can see our 20 unit per acre apartments on the right of the screen with the solar and the open space, which actually serves as a water recharge basin. And then the manufactured housing units on the left that we'll be doing in Neighborhood Village. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop my screen share and send it back to the moderator and potentially open it up for questions.
Thank you so much, Betsy. I appreciate your work and care for the Central Valley and all the work that you all have been putting in, especially in the rural parts of the Central Valley. I think we're going to take questions at the end. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. Dr. Joaquin Arambola was first elected in 2016 to represent the 31st Assembly District in the Central Valley. He is the first Latino physician elected to the California State Assembly. He proudly represents a district that includes 41% of the city of Fresno, as well as the rural cities and communities in Fresno County. Arambola's experiences as an emergency room doctor in Selma in the Fresno County forged his determination to improve healthcare for all people, especially the most vulnerable. He saw the emotional and financial hardships of people struggling with illness that could have been prevented with access to quality healthcare. Arambola believes healthcare is a fundamental human right. Since his election, he has been a forceful advocate in addressing the dire shortage of doctors and other healthcare professionals in the Central Valley. He has authored legislation that improves health and mental health services, but he has also been vigilant to include measures that ensure transparency regarding management of these services and their cost. In addition, Arambola is fighting to bring more water to the Central Valley by calling for the construction of the Temperance Flat Dam Reservoir and championing legislation for groundwater recharge projects.
Alexandra, I'm gonna pause there. So we just got word Joaquin Arambola is going to be joining us at 11:30. So we can move into our next presenter to start that work, and then when Assembly Arambola joins us, we can come back in to get his pieces in this. So we can go ahead and just move on to the next presentation. That'd be great. And then again, we may have to pause again to fit in the time for Assembly Arambola when he comes in at 11:30.
Okay, that sounds great.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I think I have next on the speaker list, Nick and Christine. I just want to make sure that's right. Yeah. So Nick and Christine are powerful community leaders who dedicate their lives, their time, and their heart to working to advocate for the unhoused in Stockton, California. They have both played instrumental roles in multiple actions to address the housing justice crisis affecting the whole state of California. Currently, they are representing the Central Valley in a national campaign for a homes guarantee. And they are also today here representing as a part of RUN, Residents United Network, which was founded in 2014. They are community change builders. They build power among residents and staff of affordable housing to change laws that have every Californian, that make sure that every Californian has a safe, stable, and affordable home. So thank you, Christine and Nick, for being here. I'll pass it over to you all.
Thank you for having us. It's great to be here to be able to share our story. For me, it's started back in 2018, getting out of prison on Valentine's Day. into homelessness. And you know, you don't realize the struggle of how hard it is to live on the streets versus having a home. Just the expense behind it, the stability behind it, the mental health security, I guess you could call it, behind it is, you know, there's a lacking in it. And when you're coming out of prison, you want to be able to have that stability of housing. And when you don't, it makes me see the reason that we have the revolving door in our prison system. You know, a lot of people from, I believe in California, the numbers are 70% of the homeless in California are ex-felons or felons. And that's a problem. That's a big number. And, you know, the revolving door is just going to continue being there if we don't have support for those like us. Living on the streets is not fun. It's not safe. It's not okay. We need more support. We need housing. For me, housing is a human right. It is not a privilege, nor will it ever be a privilege. It is a human right. Without housing and stability, you don't have anything. You don't even have mental support. It's so hard to go through the day-to-days on the streets when you're living in a tent and you have to worry about your safety and security from others, as well as your safety and security from the police force on the street. They come out, they have you, tell you you can't be there, tell you to leave, and then not have any information of where to go. The shelters don't work. That's a broken system that needs to be fixed, unless you like thinking you're in prison, because living in the shelters is just that. It's just like living in a prison. Your neighbor is literally right next to you. You reach out your hand, you could smack him in the face. And you know, nobody wants to live that close to somebody. But the struggle through that of 3 to 4 years of living on the streets, trying to make sure my wife was taken care of, my pets were taken care of. I met my wife on the street 2 years after being homeless. We got married, and through that we've grown in every way. We came into housing finally in February, and it's just a blessing. It's so much easier, so much cheaper. Being able to pay one bill, you know, bills in a monthly succession versus having to figure out where you're going to get your funds to pay for gas for a generator so you can have electricity. Or if you're living in your vehicle, pay for gas in your vehicle to move around, as well as have air conditioning and heating, so in the summer or the winter you're not freezing or hot. It's so much of a struggle. And now that I'm in housing and being able to do more and fight more for these folks that are unsheltered and need some support and some help and some advancement, instead of getting beat down and continually berated and just talked down to and disrespected, and you know, that needs to stop. And until that stops, it's going to continue to be a thing until our government steps up and does what they feel that they need to do, not that they feel that they need to do, and make that change and get some housing out here for everyone, and do away with the systems that they have. The background checks, that needs to go. That makes it impossible for anybody to get in. And it took me 4 years with my background just to finally get into a place, and that is crazy. So that's another reason why AB 1816 for me, with this organization run that we're working with now, is so important to me, because if this bill can pass and get into process, it will allow housing for people coming out of prison, as well as housing for those that are on the streets with felony backgrounds or been in prison. And it'll give them that stability. The programs that are out there now don't work. 6 months is not enough time. 6 months is not enough time to get somebody into housing. It's just a Band-Aid to try to fix the problem. And until you get permanent housing for folks like me with a felony background, this is how the system's going to be. You're going to live on the streets. You're going to end up back in prison. And it's just going to be a continued revolving door that needs to be stopped. So AB 1816 supplies housing as well as, as well as job training and skills so that you can get into housing. And it will also, you will be in the program till you are housed. They will help you get into your own housing. So that's why this needs to be done. This needs to be passed. And what's I got a couple, so I'm most excited about with all of this is being the change maker, being a part of the change makers. And without people like us to be able to speak your mind and say what you need to say and tell people, they don't know. They're just going to stick to what the government says homelessness is and what the people out there are about versus knowing the truth and going out there and finding out. Unless you've been homeless, you can't speak on the homeless. You don't know. Going out there does not fix it. Going out there does not make you a knower. Living it, knowing it, feeling it, going through the experience of everything, that's knowing what homelessness is. And until you've done that, I don't feel you can speak. 10,000 hours it takes to be a professional at something. Who more to be a professional at knowing what the homeless need, what the homeless are about, than the ones living it on the streets day to day, 24/7. That's more than 10,000 hours. So I will go ahead and let my wife speak for a minute. I apologize for taking everybody's time. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Christine Worrell. It took me a second to figure out how I want to start this story, but I became homeless out of 20 years of emotional and mental and physical abuse from my ex-husband. I decided to start in a new city. I was living in Sacramento, came out to Stockton, where I had a friend at the time, but I ended up going into the shelters. I had my service dog with me. They would not let me in with her, so I had to find a temporary home for a few months. But it got to a point where I didn't have no help in the shelters. I ended up being homeless. I met my husband, who's given me my greatest stability. When I was in the shelter, they would not let me see him when I was going through my mental breakdowns. So shelters, there's a lot of barriers to it. And it's all right for a temporary setting, but it's definitely not a means to ending the homeless situation. When I teamed up with Run and heard the bills that they had going on, I was excited. I'm like, yes, we're finally getting ready to do something on a state level. Through 1816, I can share in my husband's struggles to find housing. So I was right there with him. Through the housing, through the 4 years of being unhoused, and the struggles with water, the struggles with, I got my SSI, but it wasn't enough. I know others that are struggling right now. They've got Section 8 vouchers. They've got Central Valley housing vouchers. But they're having troubles finding housing. And so, 1816's become a real big focus for me. But with that, I'm going to hand it over to Alexandra. It looks like our assembly member is here. So let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, Christine and Nick. I can't tell you enough how much and I know others that are on deeply appreciate your story, your honesty, your time. I know y'all are working on so much. If y'all are in the chat, make sure y'all are giving so much love to Nick and Christine, having to share all that, having to remember all the different parts of barriers and challenges that come along with acquiring safe housing, which is a human right. It's just too much. So thank you deeply. Show them some love, y'all. Next up, I am gonna introduce Assemblymember Arambola. Dr. Joaquin Arambola was the first elected in 2016 to represent the 31st District Assembly District in the Central Valley. He is the first Latino physician elected to the California State Assembly. Arambola's experience as an emergency room doctor in Selma and Fresno County forged his determination to improve healthcare for all people, especially the most vulnerable. He saw the emotional and financial hardships of people struggling with illness that could have been prevented with access to quality healthcare. Arambola believes healthcare is a fundamental human right. Arambola is fighting to bring more water to the Central Valley by calling construction of the Temperance Flat Dam and Reservoir and championing legislation for groundwater recharge projects. He has also worked diligently for improvements in other areas, including public safety, job development, and support for veterans and service members. As a 31st District Assembly member, Arambola successfully obtained millions of dollars to benefit communities in his district. Those efforts include securing $70 million for transformative climate communities to invest in disadvantaged communities, $18 million for state route in Huron, $10.5 to improve public safety in the cities of Selma, Huron, Fireball, and Mendota, and $6 million for the Cow Food Program to assist local food banks in combating hunger, among other projects. Arambola was born in Delano, the heart of the farm worker movement, grew up in Fresno where he attended public schools and is a graduate of Bowdoin College in Maine and the University of Minnesota Medical School. His parents are Juan and Amy Arambola. They both instilled in their children a commitment to hard work, purpose, and public service. Dr. Joaquin Arambola and his wife Elizabeth live in Fresno with their 3 daughters. Dr. Arambola, thank you so much for joining us, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. And if I can, I just want to start by appreciating Nick and Christine and their testimony right before this. I think it's important for us to hear firsthand experiences and stories to make sure that your representatives are representing you. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here in a space to be able to receive that information, much like I had heard from my community when I served as an emergency room doctor. And so while there are a number of issues that that are central to my district and to all of you, I really want to talk a little bit about where I'm from in Fresno, if I can. For those of you who know Fresno, Fresno has really been a tale of 2 cities. One in which those that I represent who have been historically underinvested in and who live in the heart of our city have been left in decline for far too long. But we are turning that around in Fresno. On both a state and local level, we are making strategic investments and helping to pass transformative legislation. We heard about some of that earlier during the introduction, as was referenced during transformative climate communities, and would point towards the diligent work being done by community members to advocate for affordable housing in our urban center, to work on urban greening and permaculture, to add a new community college as examples of way in which we can lean into our advocacy and help to return and bring back more resources. I would also point to the immense opportunity that presents itself with high-speed rail for our communities to make sure that we are being intentional and to recognize the economic drivers that will come when we are investing into infrastructure and building tomorrow today. I'm excited for us as a valley to see what those investments will do, but know that we must learn from those who have made critical infrastructure investments before and make sure that we are investing into our housing supply, which is so necessary. I am proud to say, as Nick and Christine were both asking earlier, that I did vote for AB 1816, as I believe it's important for all members of our community to make sure that we have access to housing. I'd like to talk to, if I can, about the need for us to address the continued sprawl that occurs in too many of our communities. It's important for us to make use of either long vacant or underused spaces, and would point to, within the governor's budget, $600 million that we're looking to help to repurpose commercial building or other reuse projects. I'd also point to $225 million that we are looking for infrastructure grant program that would help us to make sure that projects would pencil out and that we could build projects into our core communities. But while we are doing and working on housing and urban revitalization, if I can, it's also about loving and caring the land that we live on. And I will talk and elevate, if I can, a passion project of mine for the last couple of years and working on AB 559, which was signed into law last year, as well as securing funding for gaining access to the San Joaquin River. We have the second longest river here in California in the Central Valley, and it's a real jewel. And for too many of our community members, we don't have access to that river and the amenities that it provides. The passage of our law will allow more diverse voices, will encourage more access with the use of those O&M funds. And I'm excited for how parks and housing can directly impact the health of our communities. So we must ensure that access to healthcare is also ingrained in the communities that we serve. I will point to the work we've done with Health for All and the movement and efforts of so many who are also participating in today's call by making sure that we end the unjust exclusion of our immigrant communities from being able to access healthcare. We can address equity at its core and make sure that we are learning lessons from this pandemic of the century. I'm excited to continue to advocate for AB 4 as well as AB 2680, which will help to bring community health navigators, the trusted messengers from our CBOs and nonprofits out into community to make sure that we can enroll and encourage people to retain Medi-Cal or to enroll for the first time. It is through these strategic investments and policies that we can build communities which are made for all Californians. I'm grateful to be invited to speak and to listen and to hear from my community as well. It's an honor and privilege to represent the Central Valley, and I'm grateful to be here in this space, working with all of you in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arambola, for being here today, for your time, and for sharing about your work. It is deeply appreciated. Thank you for representing the Central Valley with so much care. I appreciate you. There are some questions in the chat. And I think they're directed at different folks. So I think we'll bring folks up to the stage, and I think they're for all the panelists. So question 1. If you could pick one hurdle to creating affordable housing in California, what would that be?
Well,
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead, Assemblyman.
No, I look, I always want to make sure we're getting our fair share of resources. In the San Joaquin Valley, we always feel that the coast, the urban centers get the lion's share of the dollars, and believe that our communities deserve access to housing funding just as much as they do. And it really requires us to stand together and to advocate for our fair share of funding. And so I'd love to be able to remove that hurdle if possible and make sure that we get an equitable amount of funding, but know that we have much more work to do before that's a reality.
Yeah, and I certainly echo that comment. We spend most of our life at self-help enterprises trying to access resources to develop housing and improve communities. And I would just expand on that by saying we also need continued support and advocacy from our local government partners. I think the state of California has come a long way in promoting by right development, streamlining CEQA approvals for home key projects and creating some of those resources. But specifically, infill development is so challenging. There's issues with old easements, there's infrastructure challenges, all of those things. And there is still a strong, not in my backyard, NIMBY community in the San Joaquin Valley. And so to the extent that we can work together, that we can use our housing elements and our local policy, and also, work with our partners like Christine and Nick to bring forward the support for these projects and really work to streamline permitting, create community support, and all those things, I think is really imperative.
And I'm going to speak on you guys asked the question of the hurdle for affordable housing in California. What would that be? My honest opinion, the biggest hurdle is our government. I get the concept of building affordable housing. It makes a lot of sense. And if it were faster, it would help. My problem is I believe that if we started some sort of tiny home project and used the tiny home project to transition into those affordable housings, that would at least give folks, especially the unsheltered, a place to be for stability, to go to work and not have to worry about their property being destroyed or stolen. And they can start becoming pillars of our community and coming up in life and stop that revolving door with our prison system. And I'm just curious of how easy it would be to start that. And then, because it's going to take 6 months to build a tiny home project with 100 or more tiny homes. And it takes months and years to build affordable housing. So why not go the easy route and fix the problem now and do the long route after that's done? Continue what we're doing, but get something that can fix the problem now and transition them into the affordable housing so that they know that they're going to be able to stay in that affordable housing versus, oh, good, we got a place. And then 6 months later, a landlord saying, well, we're going to remodel the place, so everybody's got to get out. It's, if they can't evict one person, they go for the let's evict all. And I think that's another barrier that needs to be broken as well. But that's my opinion on that.
My opinion on stuff that would be fixable is doing something with those credit checks and not having so high application fees and stuff like that, because especially when working with the homeless, they don't have much money to be constantly, transportation going to all of these different places. They don't have, a lot of the money to be constantly putting in for credit check application fees and all of that. And, background checks and all that do stop them from being able to get into places. And being able to direct them, not just giving them the vouchers, but being able to direct them to the housing that the vouchers would apply to. Because most of them, they have their vouchers, but they don't know where to begin to look for housing. or they don't get the housing within the short amount of time that the vouchers allow, and then they lose it and they're still stuck right where they're at. So that's what I would say would be one thing to be able to really enlighten and resolve some of the issues.
I'm going to need to jump, but did want to follow up on Nick's comment if I can. I don't believe it needs to be either or. I think it can be and we should be doing both. I will say in Fresno, that's what we're trying to do. We are both working on a tiny home project and working on affordable housing. And so appreciate the perspective and think it's very important for us to have that broad portfolio to make sure we're having low barriers for access. We heard from Christine earlier about the need for us to make sure that it's pet accessible, and those tiny homes really are a great way for us to make sure that we have that availability. And again, just sorry I'm in and out, but do appreciate the space and time to be here with you all today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Assembly Member. Thank you for being here. We have time for at least maybe like a few more questions. Do you all, there's a current rent control model that we have in the Central Valley. Do you all think the rent control model, or like how we use or how we see rent control happening, do we think that's attainable in the Central Valley? Do you all think it's working in the Central Valley?
I believe it's attainable. I just don't. Look, I'll be real. For me, it all relies on our government. I'm a firm believer that, they want to keep raising minimum wage to try to combat the issues people are having with paying their bills, their rent. They want to try to make it easier to take that, but when you're raising that and then you're coinciding by raising the cost of living, so food, water, gas, electricity, you're constant. So the money that we end up getting never helps. It just continues because the cost of living goes with it. So unless they put a cap on cost of living throughout the U.S., and they'd probably have to do other countries because we do buy a lot of our stuff from overseas. And unless they put a cap on these things, these raises that they keep giving us from minimum wage are useless and very much pointless. So it's more of a battle of keep the rich rich and keep the poor poor. And until you cap something, it's never going to change. So until you cap the amount of rent that you expect people to pay for housing, you're just going to keep playing this back and forth game. And I don't think that's viable for anybody in the United States. I don't think that's viable for anybody in the world. And our government is going to continue being in debt until they stop doing the things that they're continually doing that keep putting us in debt. And this is one of them. It's a joke when they say, oh, we're going to raise the minimum wage. It's a joke, because you already know once they raise that minimum wage, a couple weeks from then, they're going to be raising the cost of living right behind it. So then you're just back to living paycheck to paycheck. And that's not affordable for anybody. And that's the other thing with the affordable housing. Who's it really affordable for? Because I know it's not affordable for the low and no income. It's affordable for the middle to high income. And even for middle class, it's not even really viable for them. And if we want housing for all, then things got to change. And I mean drastically, not Band-Aids. I mean like going in and doing some surgery and removing what don't work and adding in what does. Put the stitches on the wounds. We got to fix it, because this is just what's working. What's here and going on isn't working.
I think just to expand on some of Nick's comments, I agree. There's a lot of things that are broken and challenging, which is the reason why it takes us, 3 to 5 years to deliver a project that should be done 18 months. And, we talked a little bit about tiny homes. Our neighborhood village project in Goshen is manufactured housing. We can get the foundations built and get the units on site and installed in 6 months instead of, 14 months that a traditional stick-built project would take. And so we are starting to look at alternate building products and stuff that's manufactured offsite. We cannot continue to build the same way that we have been. We've got to embrace innovation in these different housing product types. And Nick, to your point, if we have a 60% area median income unit, our rents are around $1,000. And that's, to someone who is unhoused or at risk of homelessness or any of those things, that's not attainable. And so, one program that we really thought was effective was the No Place Like Home program. It got to what Christine was talking about, where there's no, minimum credit checks. You can have debt, it's housing first, low barrier housing that's really accessible to everyone. You can come into the project with zero income, and they have what's called a capitalized operating subsidy reserve to help with the operations. So all of those things are absolutely vital. We continue to hear about the overreach of state government and individual property owner rights. And I think those are the two inherent things in the San Joaquin Valley that are really going to challenge rent control and any kind of meaningful either rent control policies or inclusionary housing. Is just that, that perception and that opinion of overstep. And certainly at the end of the day, what helps with all of this is supply. How can we do it better and faster? And how can we make it accessible to people who really need it, that have no income or are coming out of trauma from being street homeless, all of those types of things. So that's currently what we're focusing on, trying to streamline the red tape so that we can increase supply.
Thank you so much, Betsy. Special thank you to you, Betsy, Nick, Christine, and Dr. Assemblyman Arambola. That wraps up our panel discussion, and I'll pass it over to Sergio. Thanks, you all.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Alexander, Nick, Christine, and Betsy for a powerful presentation. Again, bringing the lived experience of folks who are dealing with the unhoused or low-income housing, the need for low-income housing in our communities in San Joaquin Valley. I am a product of a self-help community. My parents built their home in the late 60s, early 70s. And my mom still lives in that home today. So again, I know firsthand the power of home ownership from the perspective of a family who was coming out of the fields, transitioning into a new workforce, but having the ability to own their home and provide for their children and a better future for the children. So very excited, and again, continue the need for this work as we move forward. So it's 12 o'clock, folks. I know it's around lunchtime. We've been going for about 3 hours now. I'm very excited that you all are still with us. Let's do a quick, really collective stretch. We can kind of just raise our hands above our heads, get a good stretch in, stretch our legs out a little bit, move from side to side, get some deep breaths in. We're on the home stretch for day one. I again want to really uplift the power of what we just heard, right? And the power of the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund's Equity on the Mall is bringing the voices of those who are most impacted by the issues to a space where we're actually having conversation with those who have the power to make decisions. And we saw that today with Nick and Christine and the conversation with Dr. Arambola as well, right? So this is the power of Equity in the Mall that we've done when we're in person, and we're hoping to continue to do while we're here in a virtual platform. So very excited and proud to be bringing this to you all today. So our next panel, as we transition, we know that for over a decade, the San Joaquin Valley has lacked the infrastructure to provide high quality and affordable internet access. And over the last 2 years of a global COVID-19 pandemic, the shift to working from home and remotely and educating remotely, we saw the gaps grow bigger in technology infrastructure and further exacerbate the issues of the digital divide, impacting our families in the San Joaquin Valley and our students and the achievement gaps as well. So our next presentation will continue to outline the significant policy opportunities to close the digital divide here in the San Joaquin Valley. And it's my honor to pass it over to Gabriela Sandoval to lead this conversation for us. Gabriela, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sergio. And thank you to the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund for hosting this very important event and allowing us the opportunity to talk a little bit about this very important topic, the digital divide. Welcome, audience members. We are very grateful that you are here joining us today. My name is Gabriela Sandoval. I use the pronouns she and they, and I serve as Director of Race and Equity Policy for TURN, the Utility Reform Network. I am coming to you today from unceded Tongva land in Southern California, and I have three of my brilliant colleagues here with me today to, as we talk about getting connected, a conversation on opportunities to bridge the digital divide in the San Joaquin Valley and beyond. So I am going to ask, I'll just call on you all to introduce yourselves one at a time, and please provide your name, your work identity, where you're coming to us from, the name of your organization, what your organization does, and how you work to advance digital inclusion. Ashley, I'll go ahead and start with you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Pride. Thank you to Equity on the Mall for having me here today. I'm honored to participate with my distinguished panelists to discuss opportunities to bridge the digital divide. My name is Ashley Salas. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a telecommunications regulatory and policy attorney with TURN, the Utility Reform Network. TURN advocates at multiple forums, including the California Public Utilities Commission, the CPUC, the California State Legislature, and the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, for safe, affordable, and reliable utility services, including wireline and wireless voice and broadband services. And I look forward to talking more with the panelists about how what opportunities are available to bridge the digital divide.
Thank you, Ashley. Jorge?
Hi, everybody. My name is Jorge Rivera. I use the pronouns he, him, his. I'm coming to this panel from unceded Tongva land in Southern California, specifically in the San Gabriel Valley. I am the executive co-director with the People's Resource Center. The People's Resource Center is a worker self-directed nonprofit that supports BIPOC communities through processes of workshops, training, and advocacy to help create safe, healing, and connected spaces. And we come to this work because we're focused in on advocacy and connection and making sure that our communities are connected, and we know that internet is vital for that connection. I think COVID has highlighted that, so that's how we come into this work to bridge the divide.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paulina Chavez. I am here also in unceded Tongva land in Los Angeles. But actually, I'm originally from Bakersfield, so I'm super excited to be here, and thank you to Equity on the Mall for having me. I am Senior Director of Programs and Special Projects at Everyone On. We are a national nonprofit working to unlock opportunity, economic and social opportunity by connecting people to the internet, providing low-cost devices, and also digital skills training to both community and organizations. So super excited to be here with you all and these fellow panelists to talk about bridging the digital divide.
Great. Well, I'm going to start with you, Paulina. Can you provide just a broad overview of this particular historical moment that we happen to be in right now? You know, I think that we're both nationally and as a state, we are at a moment where what is possible now wasn't probably possible 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago. So would you just provide a little bit of context to get us started?
Sure. Yes. So honestly, I think personally, I think the pandemic really kind of jump-started this, but this work has been going on for years or decades, even as you mentioned. One of the big things we'd be remiss if we didn't mention is the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act that was just signed in November. It allocates $65 billion to broadband efforts, which is huge. And out of that pot of money, I'd like to specifically highlight the BEAD program, which is the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program, which I'm hopeful a lot of folks here will look to apply because it provides money directly to organizations on the ground to actually help provide connections. So the infrastructure piece also, but the adoption piece, I think that's what something often is really missed. Yes, we need the infrastructure and the technology, middle mile, last mile. We'll probably get into that. But it's also about getting people connected, providing them the devices to access the internet, and also the digital skills so that they can really leverage it. And that's something that we're focusing on here at Everyone On. And that's just kind of, broad at a federal level. And here in California, similarly, we're always leading the way, I like to say, and Governor Newsom also made an investment, $6 billion that he signed last year through SB 156 to similarly provide support for the infrastructure and adoption piece as well. So to your point, what wasn't possible 10, 5, 3 years ago, we're really in a moment where there's so much opportunity for coalition building. I've been invited to so many coalitions and, organizations that just really want to step up and step into the space, either out of necessity due to the pandemic, most often is what I'm seeing, or because, that's just, they see that their community needs this. And so they want to be able to inform themselves and have the right tools to support. So that's one. And then again, kind of back to the funding piece, there'll be money. Organizations can apply for money and actually build their own capacity to help bridge this problem, both at local, state, federal level. And organizations like Everyone On, Turn, People Resource, I'm sure we're all willing to step up and help these organizations who might not really know what the next steps are. So.
Thank you, Paulina. You already began to mention things like middle mile and last mile. And these, along with some of the acronyms that Ashley mentioned earlier, like the CPUC, and the FCC, a lot of times these technical terms kind of turn people off or make them feel like, oh, I don't know what this means. I don't know how to get involved. And so, Ashley, would you mind kind of demystifying a little bit, what does the CPUC do? What does the FCC do with respect to the digital divide? And what are some of the ways you think, what are some of the opportunities at those levels?
Absolutely. Thank you, Gabriela. So I think Paulina started laying the foundation already for what these agencies do. So the California Public Utilities Commission, the CPUC, and I'll try to spell out each of the acronyms because I know it's not, it's alphabet soup, as one of the panelists mentioned earlier. The California Public Utilities Commission is a California agency that regulates utilities. So that's going to be your energy and gas utilities, your water utilities, or some of them at least, and your communications utilities like phone services and broadband services. The FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, is a federal agency. So you have the state and the feds, federal agencies, and the FCC regulates communications providers like AT&T and Frontier, Comcast on phone services and on broadband services. So we have work going on at both the state and the federal level to help bridge the digital divide. And as Paulina was mentioned earlier, there's a lot of work going on at both of them. So one of them that's going to be happening at both the state and the federal level, and getting involved with those is going to be around affordable services. So there's two public purpose programs that help provide affordable services. There's the California Lifeline program and the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program. These programs provide up to $25.50 per month and $30 per month, respectively. And these programs can be combined to support one service, However, we encourage people to use one discount on like a wireless service and one discount on a wireline service to help it, to broaden the reach of these discounts and programs. So once again, that's the California Lifeline program and the Affordable Connectivity program. That's to get affordable services. Now, affordable services doesn't mean anything if you don't have a device to use on those services. So in California, the wireless Lifeline providers generally provide a mobile phone at no cost to the residents. Of course, you can bring your own mobile device if you have one, but you can also get one at no cost through many of the wireless Lifeline providers in California. The Affordable Connectivity Program also provides a stipend of up to $100 for laptops and other devices to help connect to the internet. And one thing that's great about the Affordable Connectivity Program is that it provides grants to CBOs to do education and outreach about the ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Program. Now, having affordable services and devices doesn't mean anything if folks do not feel comfortable using the internet. So as Paulina started to mention, there's digital literacy trainings, there's adoption funding available. In California, the California Public Utilities Commission provides grants to CBOs and other organizations to provide digital literacy training through the California Advanced Services Fund, the CASF adoption account. And of course, a lot of these issues to address the digital divide, it's not going to happen even if we have this historic funding and attention on these issues if the agencies do not hear from the people that are being affected. So there are ways to be heard at the California Public Utilities Commission and at the Federal Communications Commission on these issues, regardless of whether there's adequate infrastructure in your communities, affordability of utility services, including broadband services, and addressing environmental justice and digital discrimination. You can file comments, whether it's informal or formal comments at both agencies. You can write letters to the commissioners or even to your state representatives, and you can speak. I know TURN does a lot of organizing to have people speak at California Public Utilities Commission workshops, at public participation hearings, and even at voting meetings to have their voices heard. So I will stop there and I'll answer any questions that anyone has about anything that I just mentioned, because I know it was a lot.
Thank you, Ashley. So we're getting to the meat of some of this, right? Paulina talked about funding. Ashley talked about discount programs. There's all these different agencies involved. So before I turn it over to Jorge, I do want to just encourage folks, if you have questions, if you want to learn more about something specific that one of our speakers shared, please do put your questions in the comments so that we, can get to those questions in a little bit. So finally, Jorge, tell us what's happening on the ground. What kinds of opportunities exist for individuals and organizers to bring the power of the people to bear on closing the digital divide?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the question. Thanks for the great panelists and the discussion. It's very appreciated, very welcomed. I think Ashley made a great segue into what I wanted to talk about as far as what's happening on the ground. I am, and we are traditional community organizers, and I think one of the strongest tools that we have as organizers, as community, is the power of our story. And I think one of the initial things that we realized that we had to do is to gather stories, gather information, learn about the experiences. And some of these were highlighted during the COVID pandemic, as we saw in the news, with children not being able to connect to Wi-Fi to be able to get their homework done or to attend classes, people not being able to have telehealth consultations, the lack of connectivity, preventing people from finding jobs and services that were desperately needed during the height of the pandemic. And we're still in the pandemic technically. And so people are still having these barriers to connectivity, to information, to education, to health, and all of these different access points. And we were hearing these sort of like from a tertiary perspective from the news. And I think one of the first things that we do as organizers is we need to get into the community and hear directly from the people that are mostly impacted, so that we can fully understand the breadth of what is happening to the people's lives, how they're being impacted, how they're being able to live healthy and connected lives are being influenced by either their lack of connectivity, their inability to connect because of a lack of a device. What are the barriers and what are the obstacles that actually keep people from being connected to people, to loved ones, to services, to resources, to all of these different things, right? And so that's the first step. And just for disclosure, like the People's Resource Center, we're about 6 months deep into the digital equity work. And as was mentioned earlier, there's a lot for us to wrap our heads around when we're talking about building out the infrastructure so that people can connect. And I think in order for people and community folks to really get engaged and to really become leaders and advocates and activists in bridging this digital divide, we need to break that down for them to really understand and comprehend, because I consider myself an educated individual, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around half mile and last mile and this type of cable and that kind of cable and fiber optics and DSL and all of what it entails when we're talking about building it out. Because it's not as easy as saying, okay, we're going to get this community connected if there's nothing already built to get them connected. And then so trying to translate that to a community member who hasn't had any connectivity and has no concept of how this might happen or work out for them, because I don't have any concept of how it works out. So how am I going to be able to educate and inform them to do it? So I think beginning stages is we really need to digest and translate all of this information, and so that it's palatable and people can actually take it in and understand why they are not connected or why they are having such a poor connection to the internet. And then once they understand that and they're able to really like chew on that and digest it, I think then we can really activate community to be more involved as advocates, to be able to speak to their elected officials, to speak to the representatives that make the decisions, right? And then to be able to stand up to these internet service providers who want to hoard the money that is becoming available to them and not really invest in the communities that are most in need. They just invest in the communities that are going to be most profitable for them. So I think on the ground, I think that's where we're at, is like we're trying to collect stories, understand what's going on, so that we can then start to take the next phase and start to inform and educate community about what's happening politically, financially, and how they can get involved. I'll stop there.
That's great, Jorge. I actually, two questions come to mind based on what you just shared with us, Jorge. And I want to kind of open it up, whoever wants to jump in here. So two things. One is, Jorge, you mentioned, well, actually all three of you have mentioned now at this point, the fact that COVID really motivated people to become involved in broadband equity work. But it also kind of forced people to become aware of the significance of, digital inclusion, having access, like Jorge said, for education, for telehealth, for all sorts of different reasons. And, now that kids have gone back to schooling in person and, mask mandates have been lifted, my first question to you all is, how do we maintain that momentum? And then kind of like the flip side of that, or related to that, is given also how difficult, and there have been a couple comments in the comments about, the the language is tough, like it's hard. There are these barriers, these technical barriers, right? So how do we inspire people, not just to keep the momentum going, but even folks who, you know, who might feel like their voice doesn't matter? Like, how do we inspire them to overcome those barriers to help us get to the next place?
I'll jump in here as the organizer. Like we have to on some level, like respectfully and humbly and gently agitate. You know, it's I always say there's no solution if there's no problem. And so if we don't identify the problem or help others see that there is a problem, then there's going to be no incentive or motivation to find a solution to that problem. And unfortunately, as having done community organizing for so long and working in low income or poverty stricken communities, there's almost a normalcy to their living that they just accept, that because maybe they're at a certain income level, they can't afford, and that they can't afford this thing, this utility, this service, and it's normal, and it's like, oh well, we just can't afford it. When it's not a luxury anymore. I think that the COVID pandemic also highlighted that this is a necessity. This should be viewed and described as a utility, just the way our gas and our electric is described, and it's held up at that level. And so we need to communicate to the California Public Utilities Commission that this is a utility, that they need to regulate, that they need to ensure that everybody has access to, and not just access, but that it's affordable and that it's reliable and quality service, right? Because we hear stories of the internet service providers throttling down the actual speeds of internet that people have connection to. So they have control and can manipulate how quickly somebody uploads or downloads information from the internet. And then we hear about price discrimination, about how some communities are actually getting charged less for the same program and the same service than other communities. And so if as a community member, you're not aware that the reason why you can't get internet is because it's too expensive, or because they're not making it available, or because they're not building out that infrastructure in your community, that, you know, in layman's terms, that upsets people. And when people get upset, that might help them to be motivated and incentivized to get more involved or to learn more as to why these big companies might be preventing them from gaining access when they see other communities having access. So I think agitation, information, and education is one way to get them to get more involved.
If I could jump in, I just really want to highlight what Jorge said during his initial comments about the storytelling. It's so key. You know, I've been doing this work at least since 2016, if not a little bit longer. And there have always been people who are unconnected and needed to be online. If not, I think it really, you know, dug into people's heart when they saw the kids. I know there was that picture of, I think it was in Salinas, the two little girls outside the Taco Bell, right? I remember I reached out. I was like, I can provide some support, and it, you know, it didn't work out, but that's what really kind of like, I think, brought people's attention to it. But there have always been seniors who needed telehealth. There have always been people who needed to apply to jobs online. Mm-hmm. I don't know about you all. You can no longer walk into, you know, most places around my neighborhood and ask for a paper application. They will point you to their website and say, you know, fill it out there. So, you know, outside of the pandemic, there's always been people who needed to get connected to the internet. And so, you know, it's long been a need and not necessarily a luxury. So I wanted to highlight the storytelling part is so important, because there will always be these stories that we need to be able to lift up to the CPUC, to the FCC, to all of these policymakers, to show them the importance of continuing to focus on this issue once general interest is no longer kind of, you know, that the spotlight is no longer on the digital divide. So I want to highlight that. And then to the affordability piece, it's so true, and it's that relevancy factor. I don't think I mentioned it, but if the internet is relevant to them, in either for job, schooling, telehealth, whatever the case is, people will actually make the sacrifice to keep internet at really high price points. I'd be remiss, my team would be remiss or upset if I didn't mention, we actually recently did a national research study that showed that people, low-income folks under $50,000 or less, who traditionally pay between 60 to 70, that's like the average number. Some people pay a lot more, some people pay a little bit less. Even if it's a burden on their budget, if it's relevant to them, they will keep it. They will make it work. You will see folks go without food sometimes, or without other utilities in, it because their kids need it, or they need it to apply to jobs or whatnot. So the affordability piece is also super important, because affordable means different things to everyone, right? And so everybody needs to leverage programs like the ones Ashley mentioned, the California Lifeline program, the Affordable Connectivity Program, and organizations need to be ready to step up and provide that support to community, because unfortunately it is still a very onerous process to sign someone up for these subsidies to apply to their bills. So just wanted to highlight those few items in terms of how do we keep the pressure on.
And then if I can add to that as well, I think Jorge and Paulina and Gabriela, you all mentioned that, this digital divide, it predates the pandemic by a lot. It's used other terms before, like the homework gap, but it's been there. We know it's there. And there are reports and studies that show that some of the largest communication service providers do not deploy communications infrastructure to low-income communities and communities of color. Or if they do, they don't adequately maintain those infrastructure. So if it rains, you're out of service. And, it's when asked, these providers will actually say that low-income folks don't want access to the internet. So this is why it's so important for the people who are affected by this to be heard, to have their stories heard, to maintain this momentum. And I know that the technical terminology can become onerous, but really plain English is just fine, or plain language. It doesn't have to be English. Plain language is fine. As Paulina mentioned and Jorge referred to, the girls in Salinas, they were just living their lives, right? It got picked up by the news. That was plain language and a photo, which goes a long way also, right? Mm-hmm. So just having your stories heard, even if you don't know the technical terms, even if you don't know the technology that goes behind why it is you're having difficulty having services, or why you're paying such high amounts, just speaking your truth, that with everybody else speaking their truth will help continue this work, because these agencies, the California Public Utilities Commission, the Federal Communications Commission, they cannot act if they don't hear from us. They're just hearing from the providers saying that low-income folks don't want these services.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to ask a question that is of particular relevance to the San Joaquin Valley. And this is a question that gets raised a lot, especially when we begin to talk about equitable access. Can someone talk a little bit about the difference between being unserved and being underserved, and kind of how those two different things are important, how they're related to the San Joaquin Valley in particular, and maybe the San Joaquin Valley in relation to other parts of the state?
So I can speak to that here, and I want to be clear about the language here, because unserved and underserved refers to a lot of different things. In this context, though, it's unserved and underserved by broadband services. And the way that the California Public Utilities Commission and the Federal Communications Commission looks at this is they're looking at a map. And this map is divided by census blocks. So the US Census that goes around every 10 years, they divide the nation into census blocks. They're different sizes, but they're just looking at these bounded areas that they have set aside for the census. Now, the California Public Utilities Commission and the Federal Communications Commission takes a look at those census blocks, and they say, or at least they did, this is changing now, they would say if one household, if one location in that census block can receive broadband services at whatever speeds, that census block and everyone in it is considered served. Now, we know that's not right, because a census block can have thousands of people living there, hundreds of people living there. Just because one person receive services doesn't mean the rest of the people that are there have access to affordable and reliable communication services, right? So the FCC and the CPUC, they're both looking at how to revisit how they consider what is unserved and underserved by broadband services. Related to that, underserved by broadband services means there are some services for broadband, at least one household in that census block can receive services, but it's not at that higher speed. It's at a lower speed. So that's considered underserved by broadband services.
May I ask a question to Ashley or Paulina? So what are reasonable minimum speeds? So that, like, because when you purchase a plan, or when people purchase a plan, they're like, oh, this much megabytes download and this much upload. What's a good speed?
So thank you, Jorge, for the question. That's a really good question. So it really depends on what you're using the services for. If you want to, and this is highly debated as to what is minimum. So I will just give you a general answer, and really it's gonna depend. So if you're just looking at websites online that are just static websites, they're not changing, there's no graphics, there's no videos, you might not need higher speed services. But if you're trying to stream like live events like this one, or participate in a Zoom call where you have to stream the video download and upload your video and voice at the same time, you're going to need higher speed services for download and upload. But addition to speed, so a lot of folks focus on speed. There's more than speed. There's jitter, there's latency, there's lag, which, for here, if you want a clear video going all the way through, or you want your voice to be clear all the way through, you're going to need to pay attention to those as well. Because if you have lag and you're hearing me, what I'm saying, like 2 seconds after what I'm saying, and it's not following my lips, it's going to distort your ability to interact, right? Same thing with latency or jitter. If the video is coming in all choppy, or and we don't get snow anymore like we did on the old TVs, but it's where it's the grid is not coming in right, it doesn't show properly, or if it's constantly stopping and starting, stopping and stopping, you don't have the service quality necessary to adequately use your broadband services.
So basically, for all the really important things in life, like education, telehealth, work meetings,
exactly,
you need good quality internet for all that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to make a plug. If you want to help the FCC find better data on broadband, they have a FCC test speed test app you can download on both iOS and Android. I have it. I've had it for about almost 6 months now. And it's so fascinating to exactly see what Ashley was talking about, the lag, the latency, the jitter, and, are you getting the speeds that your internet service provider is actually telling you that they're getting? I'm supposed to be getting 200 megabytes per second on my internet and how much I pay, but that's not what I'm getting according to the speed app, right? And so that's really informational for me, just as a professional working remotely. But the FCC is also getting this data, and so it's really helpful to be able to show that.
And if I can add to that too, so the FCC has their app that they use. The CPUC has Cal Speed Test, so you can use that also. And also, Paulina, you just touched on a topic that I wanted to raise and I forgot to mention earlier, that people, and I think Jorge spoke about this briefly, is that people are paying for services they're not receiving. Mm-hmm. So if you're running the Cal Speed Test or other speed tests and you're seeing that you're supposed to be getting 200 megabytes per second download and upload speed, and you're only getting 50, that's a problem, right? Mm-hmm. You're paying for something that you're not receiving. And that's a problem that's going on throughout the nation, not only here in California.
Thank you. And Ashley and Paulina, if you all wouldn't mind dropping the moderators the links to those speed tests so that they can share with the audience, because this is a really simple way for folks to get involved, right? Like, let's help the state and federal agencies responsible for reliable service actually do their job, right? So that's just like one very basic thing that we can do. So I really want to open it up to questions and comments from the audience. If folks want to drop their questions, that would be really great, into the comment box, into the chat box. In the meantime, I do have a question that came into us, and I think this is a really important question. What is your opinion, and this is for anyone who wants to take it, what is your opinion about utility bill forgiveness programs by state and local governments? Do you think these are effective and executed in a way to help community residents?
I can get started on this one. I think the hard thing with a lot of these programs is that people just don't know. And a lot of times, if you don't know what you're asking for, and this is where terminology comes in specifically, then the utility isn't going to give it, right? You have to be clear with the utility that you want these forgiveness programs, that you want to participate in them, or you want to participate in, sorry, I'm forgetting the word for it, but where you pay a certain amount each month going forward until you pay off the debt. You have to ask for these specific programs, and if you don't know about them, it's hard to ask for them. So it's, I think they have good potential to help folks, but I think we're having problems with getting the information out there. And I know Gabriela has been working with a lot of organizations to get that information out there. So this is a good question. I don't know if she wants to speak more on that, but I imagine Paulina and Jorge's organizations have been working on these issues too.
I mean, I would just say, as an organization who works with organizations on the ground, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to bring awareness to these programs that are available for folks to take advantage of, because to Ashley's point, people just don't know about them. The Affordable Connectivity Program, for example, is a relatively new program. It's the it's the next iteration of what was previously known as the Emergency Broadband Benefit. And I think I was looking at an article just yesterday that currently only 1 out of 5 people across the entire country who are eligible for the Affordable Connectivity Program are signed up for it. And in California, I think we're leading the pack, but it's only at like 20% or something like that of eligible Californians who could take advantage of this $30 subsidy are either aware of it or signing up for it. And that was something we saw in our research as well. People just don't know because they go to, or they don't trust internet service providers, or they don't trust government even sometimes to be able to, give out that information. And so they look to organizations like Jorge's or Turn or Everyone On to be the leader. So we need all the organizations represented here in the audience to, be willing to partner and educate yourselves on what's available so you can get that information to community.
Okay. There's another question in the chat. I do want to just, since Ashley mentioned me in her response, I do want to just jump in briefly and say that, in the energy utility space, we know how much people owe the utility companies. But in the broadband provider space, we don't know. The broadband providers are not required to share data about how much money is owed by people, by their customers. So part of solving a problem, as Jorge mentioned earlier, is, knowing that there is a problem to begin with, accepting that there is a problem. And so without that information, we can't really move forward. And so I just want to say that Turn has been working to find ways to compel these companies to share that information so that we can actually find a way to forgive people's debt, because we do know that the last few years have been really tough economically for lots of people, probably most people. And so we want to try to address that. So now on to Adria Tinnan's question. As consumer advocates, how can we address this issue of paying for something you're not getting? Is there a state or a federal complaint process that's in place to handle this issue?
So I can start answering that question. So for complaints, I mean, it's really up to you how much energy you want to put forward into this, but you can complain at every possible agency that you want to. So at the California Public Utilities Commission, you can do an informal or formal complaint there. At the federal level, you can do the same thing at the Federal Communications Commission. You can also try at the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, since they are providing a service that, or they're charging you for a service that they are not providing, right? So you have issues about not getting the services that you're supposed to be paying for. So you can, I would suggest trying to work with the utility first to see, and then escalating from there as needed. And with any of these agencies that you file a complaint with, a lot of them will have a public advisor, and you can talk with them and ask them, who else should I be sending this complaint to?
Yeah, I'd like to add to all of that great information that the sort of like the advocate spin would be: complain to your representatives, complain to your city representatives, complain to your state representatives, complain to your federal national representatives, complain to them, because the California Public Utilities Commission is driven by nominated commissioners from the governor of the state of California. So the governor can always say, hey, commission, you got to do this, or you need to start doing some of this, or the elected state representatives then put pressure on, so just complain and share your story to your state and local representatives. I shared or a document link was shared in the chat for a survey that we are trying to do, because as Gabriela mentioned, we've asked the internet service providers to share with us their data, and they won't. And so it's very difficult for us to be able to analyze what they're offering, who they're offering it to, how much they're charging, comparatively speaking, what communities is getting what, who's paying that. So we have no information to go off of, which is why we really need to hear from people about what you're paying, what your quality is like, where do you live, because all of this information is going to help us paint a picture to all of these elected officials or state representatives to make changes and to better regulate these internet service providers. So go to the link, share that out. We have posts on our social media pages with QR codes to that same link and survey. So share it out. We need to collect as much information as possible to really get this ramped up.
Thank you, Jorge. Okay, there was another great question that came in, and of course I just scrolled past it. Give me 1 second. Again, back to the San Joaquin Valley. What is your opinion about broadband upgrades in the San Joaquin Valley? What are special hurdles in your experience that we're experiencing in the San Joaquin Valley?
So I can speak generally to this. It won't be specific to the San Joaquin Valley, but a lot of what we're seeing throughout the state and nationwide is that, okay, well, let me back up real quick on vocabulary. So Paulina mentioned earlier middle mile and last mile. So the way I think of these, think of a tree. So if you think of the trunk of the tree, that is the general internet services, people who are connected. You need then a thick branch that is going to be your middle mile services, and then a twig that's going to be your last mile service to get to the leaf. Okay, so if you don't have the twig to get to the leaf, which is your house that is connected, then it doesn't matter that there's a branch there. Your leaf won't be connected, right? You won't have connection at home. If you don't have that branch, there's nothing for the twig to go on, and your leaf can't go on. If you want broadband at home, you need that thick branch, which is your middle mile, and you need that twig, which is your last mile, so you can have that leaf, your connected home. Okay, so that's the analogy that I use. You can see my plants behind me. I like leaves. I like plants. So that's the analogy I'm going with. So when I talk about middle mile, think of the thick branch. When I talk about last mile, think of the twig, and at home connection, it's your leaf. Okay, so what we're seeing throughout the state and nationwide is that there's a lot of communities, especially low income and communities of color, that don't have last mile. There's no twigs there, so you can't get the leaf. You can't get the at-home broadband services, okay? And I'm talking about wireline services. You might be able to get mobile services, but for at-home wireline services, which is going to be the most reliable, you're not going to have that because there's no twig. There's no last mile services. And a lot of these communities, though, there's not even middle mile services. That branch is not even there. So you can't put a twig where there's no branch to connect it. So what we're seeing throughout the state and throughout the nation right now is that the state and the nation and other states are trying to be strategic about where to fund state-owned middle mile services, where the state can put, the state would run it, the state would own it, as opposed to internet service providers, so that it's more equal, right? So you can't get these arguments from the providers that say, oh, well, low income folks don't want it, so we're not going to put the branch, we're not going to put the twig. The state is going to say, there's a community here, we need leaves, so we're going to put this branch down, and then we're going to work on the twigs afterwards. So that's what we're looking for here. So that's what we're looking for throughout California and throughout the nation, about strategies to deploy the middle mile and last mile services.
Thanks, Ashley. Does anybody else want to add anything to that?
I was like, that's a perfect analogy. I'm going to start using that, Ashley, because you said it makes so much sense. But, as I mentioned, I'm originally from Bakersfield, so I'm familiar with the challenge. Well, Bakersfield's a little bit south, but like it's the challenges of the San Joaquin Valley, Central Valley, of like the communities are all really far apart, and that's one of the main arguments, right? Like it doesn't make sense for us to invest because everyone's so far apart and there's so few people. And I think of my friends who live in Firebaugh or Porterville, and like who just they also need all these services and resources that we were talking about, telehealth, especially, think about it pulls in so many other societal ills. There's a doctor shortage, there's the schooling shortage, there's all these other shortages that internet can help maybe not supersede or solve, but it can definitely help bridge that gap in the meantime. And so this middle mile and last mile work is really, really important. And I think I saw an adjacent question in the chat that yes, the state is currently trying to figure out how to do this middle mile and last mile work, as Ashley mentioned. If you haven't already, consider engaging your regional broadband consortium. So, the state of California has this very unique program through the California Public Utilities Commission called the Regional Broadband Consortia, which part of their job is to help bring in funding for some of this infrastructure work. And given all the investment that I mentioned at the top of the hour for both federal and state funding, right now is the time to engage and speak up and tell those stories of which communities don't currently have the twig, the branch, to the tree trunk. So that's what I wanted to add.
So, and just on that note, Eduardo Gonzalez, who was a part of this panel last year at Equity on the Mall, is the manager of the Fresno-based San Joaquin Valley Regional Consortium. So folks might remember him. He's very, accessible. Their office does really fantastic work at every level, right? From the CPUC all the way down to digital literacy. So very important work. We're coming up on the hour here, and there is one last question that was asked that I think is a really fantastic question. And I don't think we often have an opportunity to talk about this. So I want to close with this last question. Why did you get involved in this work, and what fuels you to continue?
I guess I can start. I came upon this work very serendipitously. Our CEO, Norma Fernandez, is a longtime mentor of mine. And when I was trying to figure out next steps after leaving a previous job where I was doing higher education access, she approached me saying that she had been promoted from a community, kind of like an advocate role, like a Los Angeles regional manager at the time, to really work within community and get people connected to the internet. And she felt that with my experience in community, both in the Central Valley and Los Angeles, I would be a really great role. And so I kind of just stumbled upon it. Didn't really think about the digital divide, although I had seen it, I had experienced it. I remember going to the library as a student because we didn't have internet at home. So that's just kind of how I happened to end up in this space. But I continue to do this work because I just see how it's such a lifeline. I don't, pardon the program pun, but like it's such a lifeline to everything we need today in society. You know, I think of my dad who is learning Facebook on his phone, and I'm having to teach him how to engage with it in a safe manner so he doesn't get scammed out of his money or something like that, right? I think of the immigrant mother that I've helped in Los Angeles, who she used to, and this was pre-pandemic, so this was like in 2017. I remember she told me a story of she had two daughters who were super engaged in school, so they were doing a lot of extracurricular activities, so they wouldn't get home until about 6 o'clock. They didn't have internet at home though, so what they would do is just take the metro, the bus here in Los Angeles, and just go from McDonald's to Starbucks to whatever place had Wi-Fi. They'd buy like $1 soda so that they wouldn't get kicked out. And until that limit went, then, you know, that's how they moved. And on a nightly basis, she wouldn't get home until 11, almost midnight every night, so her daughters could do their schoolwork at home. Had the opportunity to do their schoolwork. And once we helped her connect to a low-cost internet offer, she was so elated because, granted, the speeds weren't that great, but the price was right for her at the time. And it allowed her and her daughters to be safe at home, to be able to do that work, right? And so just hearing those stories, as Jorge mentioned, the stories are so powerful. And that's kind of what continues to drive my work today.
So I can go next. So I did not think when I was in law school that I would get into the utility realm. I did not. I wanted to get into administrative law, which is law that practices in front of an agency, whether it's a state agency like the California Utilities Commission or a federal agency like the Federal Communications Commission. Because to me, that agency work, that administrative law, that's where the meat is. That's where you can have a lot of widespread rippling effects that, and especially for work here in front of the state commission, it affects not only California, but I think as Paulina mentioned earlier, a lot of other places look to California. So we're the trendsetters here, right? So it really does have a long reaching effect. But for me, I thought I was going to be working in front of the Department of Interior because I really like endangered species, and they're the ones that administer the Endangered Species Act. But when I got out of law school, it wasn't the case. It wasn't meant to be at that time. And so I started my own practice as a solo attorney and became what my friend refers to as a pop-up attorney, or a toaster attorney, excuse me. You just take whatever pops up. And so one of the clients that came to me, she came to me with a water shutoff. She didn't understand what was happening. The water, she just tried the water that morning and the water didn't run. And she had paid her bill. She actually showed me the checks that she paid her bill. What happened was that she had tried to use the water department's online bill pay service, and she had a typo in her bank account number. And instead of like other online bill pays where if you have a typo, it kicks it back immediately, the water department accepted it. But because of the typo, they said, oh, we can't get your money. So they charged her a bounce check fee. Now, this was the first time she had tried to use the online bill pay service. And so she was monitoring her account, didn't see it was taken out of her bank account. So she went to the water department and paid her bill. Didn't know this bounce check was on there. This happened a second month. She tried it the next month to pay her water bill online. A second typo, same thing, second bounce check fee. She was monitoring the account. Nothing happened. She walked over to the water department, paid her bill. So she's paid her water bill for these months. But now she has 2 bounce check fees that she's not aware of. And with 2 unpaid bounce check fees, the water department shuts off your water and requires that you pay, I think it was a $300 deposit in order for them to reinstate your water. Plus you have to pay the reinstatement fee. So I was able to argue on her behalf as an advocate, not even as an attorney, that this was beyond ridiculous. That 2 typos should not result in this, especially when consumers have come to expect that if you have a typo in your bank account, it'll get kicked back immediately and not accepted. So based on that, we had to escalate, but we were able to get her water reinstated and all those fees waived. And so that turned my attention to utilities and to water, to energy is its own whole ball of wax that is way above my head, but water and communication services, and that's and these things that you would think would not be a problem, they're still problems. And so that's what keeps me motivated, and that's what keeps me fueled and involved in this arena.
Yeah. Well, I know we're running out of time, so I'll be quick with mine. I guess my story and why I'm involved is very analogous to Plato's allegory of the cave. If you've read that story, then you understand. I feel I didn't go to school for this. I didn't study for this. I didn't know I'd end up here. I graduated college and got into foster care, and I worked with children with disabilities and families with disabilities in foster care. And I got so disillusioned after 5 years because I just saw that what I was doing it didn't feel like it was helping. And there was this revolving door and kids constantly coming into foster care. And I didn't feel like I was helping any. So I left social work completely. And many years later, it was an organizer that brought me in and showed me what they were doing. They were working and organizing around tenants' rights and housing. They taught me about systems of oppression. I learned about government. I learned about politics. I learned about everything that I know today in community organizing. I did not learn in school. I learned through another organizer. And as I woke up, or as I broke free from my chains, so to speak, and I saw what was really happening, I saw about capitalism and oppression and systems of power and how our folks are kept down and struggling constantly, really like understanding that it wasn't meant to be that way, but it was built to be that way. And from that point forward, I just felt like I have to do something about this. I have to go help other people wake up and break free from the chains that bind us to this system, because we're not supposed to be this way. It's totally imbalanced, and we should be more free. And so since then, and I think till the day that I die, I'm going to constantly be organizing. I'm going to constantly be advocating. It's something that I feel I was meant to do, and I should have been doing a long time ago.
Thank you so much, Jorge. I think that was a fantastic note to end on. I want to thank the San Joaquin Valley Health Fund again for a fantastic event and for allowing us to, share, our passion with your audience. And Sergio, I will turn it right back over to you. Thank you, panelists, as well. I really appreciate you joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Sergio, you're muted. You're muted. Sorry.
Sorry, y'all. The mute bug got me. Again, thank you, Gabriela, and the panelists for the wonderful presentation that you all just shared with us. Again, the needs of our communities in the San Joaquin Valley to be connected through broadband, and to make sure that, again, we understand that we make a note, right, as Jorge said, that broadband is no longer a luxury, right? That is a necessity, and especially in this time now, where again we are in a digital space more often through the pandemic. We've been forced into a digital space, and without access to high quality broadband, again, that is a disservice to our communities and our residents in the San Joaquin Valley. I wanted to really uplift a little piece that I think I've heard across all of the presentations that we've heard today, right? Is that many of these issues we know through San Joaquin Valley Health Fund and through our residents predated the pandemic. And the pandemic didn't create these issues. The pandemic actually exacerbated the issue, made these issues worse and more impactful in our communities. So I want to make sure that as we're thinking about this work, right, that it isn't just a recent issue that we're hearing about. These have predated the pandemic. And as we think about moving towards a new, as folks are saying, getting back to normal, understanding that normal didn't work for a lot of residents in the San Joaquin Valley. And we are committed to not making sure that we go back to normal, that we create a new normal that really uplifts the needs of our community residents and bring our residents' voices to the table for that work as well. So I just wanted to really make that clear, as we heard, many times today, that many of the issues today have predated the pandemic. So we have to understand that we also are thinking of solutions that create a new normal, so that we don't go back to the spaces that we were, that continue to underserve and underrepresent our communities. We have a very, very special presentation coming up next in panel discussion that I'm very excited about. And it's one that is going to showcase our young elected officials here in the San Joaquin Valley who have taken the challenge, who have taken the risks, and have stepped into a role of leadership in their communities, and to really support our communities and the residents that live in their communities. So again, it's a very special conversation to close out the day. Our panel is made up of the young elected officials. They will have a conversation moderated by Sierra Health Foundation and the Center's Senior Vice President of Programs and Partnerships, Kaing Hang. It is my honor to introduce Kaing to this conversation around the future of the San Joaquin Valley. Kaing serves on the executive team of Sierra Health Foundation and the Center as a Senior Vice President of Programs and Partnerships. In this role, Kaing is responsible for strategic partnerships and program development and oversees the management of the foundation and the center's initiatives. She joined the center and Sierra Health Foundation in 2013. In addition to institutional philanthropy, Kaing worked in state government as a state coordinator for refugee health programs for the Minnesota Department of Health, as an assistant regional coordinator for the Refugee and Immigrant Health Program for the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. She's a native Hmong speaker. Kaing received a Bachelor of Arts from Brandeis University, a master's in public health from Boston University. She's originally from the Twin Cities in Minnesota. She's the oldest of 7 children and comes from a refugee family dedicated to social justice and racial equity. Kaing, it's my honor to present to you our panel, and also to have you lead this and moderate this conversation. I'll turn it over to you, Kaing.
Great. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you so much for hanging in with us for an incredible day one of Equity on the Mall. I am just so excited, team, for this next panel. I wish I could say we save you the last for the best, but I have to say every panel that we've heard throughout the day has been incredible. So we're bringing to you another fabulous panel. The future of the San Joaquin Valley is where and when we'll get an opportunity to learn a bit more about 4 young elected leaders in the San Joaquin Valley. This panel is a conversation with a new wave of leadership in the San Joaquin Valley. These are young, energetic leaders who are not afraid to stand up for what is right for their communities. Equity on the Mall is about, and has always been about, coming together as a region, as a San Joaquin Valley region, to bring a unified voice to the issues affecting our community. So I'm very excited to host a perspective from young elected officials representing the San Joaquin Valley. And I know that these are just a few of these rock stars, and I'm looking forward for us to be able to create more rock stars like these 4 individuals. So with us today, we have Supervisor Eddie Valero. Supervisor Eddie Valero was first elected to the Board of Supervisors in 2018, serves as the Tulare County Supervisor representing District 4, which includes the unincorporated communities of Badger, Cutler, Orosi, Alderwood, Goshen, Ivanhoe, London, Monsoon, Sultana, Seville, Traver, and Yetta. Wow, what a list. The cities represented in District 4 includes Danube, Woodlake, and a portion of Visalia. A longtime resident of the Central Valley, Supervisor Valero left his hometown to obtain an Ivy League education and return with a goal of prosperity for Tulare County residents. He has been working with the greater North County to positively impact at-risk youth, particularly fatherless young men throughout the Central Valley. Welcome, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Next up is the Council Member Salvador Solario Ruiz, who represents the city of Delano. Delano City Council member Salvador Solario Ruiz is a first-generation college graduate and the son of immigrants. He attended California State University, Fresno, and received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication. After graduating, he returned to his hometown of Delano because he felt an obligation to help build up the community that raised him. With the help of the community and power of young people, he is now one of the youngest council members in Delano. Sal hopes to inspire other young people to get civically engaged and to amplify the voices of marginalized communities. Sal is also a full-time staff member as a community engagement coordinator with the California Health Collaborative, a nonprofit funded by the California Department of Public Health. Welcome, council member. Next is Council President Nelson Esparza, coming to us from Fresno. The council member represents District 7 in the city of Fresno, which includes Central and Southeast Fresno. Nelson is a committed public servant born and raised in the Central Valley. He is the first city council president to identify as half Mexican American and half African American, and is part of a growing number of elected leaders throughout California who are Afro-Latino. He earned his master's degree in public policy from the UCLA Luskin School of Public Affairs and his bachelor's degree in economics from the University of California, Riverside. To this day, he continues to teach economics in Fresno City College. Welcome, council member. And last but not least, unfortunately, her last minute schedule does not allow her to be with us, but she did submit a video, and that is council member Jewel Hurtado. Jewel Hurtado was born and raised in the Central Valley region. At the age of 22, Jewel already had a wealth of experience in community organizing, volunteer management, public speaking, and digital outreach. As the youngest elected official in the Valley, winning a seat on the Kingsbury City Council at the age of 20, Jewel has become a powerful voice for young people in her community, the region, and beyond. So with that, I would love to have each one of you introduce yourself and tell us why you decide to run for office. Let's start first with Supervisor Valerio.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eddie Valero, as mentioned. To be frank with you, I actually did not want to get involved in politics early on in my educational career. But the reason why I did decide to get involved is because I was actually on the East Coast and I was working on my PhD to become Dr. Eddie Valero. But there was a tug in my heart late one night at 10:30 p.m., Planet Fitness in Ithaca, New York, where I just got that tug to come back home. And I fought it initially, but then decided, you know what, I need to go back home. So I did. And when I came back home with a question mark, I easily began getting involved. I was on the school board for Cutler-Rossi Joint Unified, 6 years, 4 years as president. And during those times, we were in the trenches doing work, changing the fabric and the landscape of the Cutler-Rossi area because Cutler-Rossi had a gray cloud over its community. And I decided that I needed to come back home and really move that cloud and help build a collaborative empowerment community to change the lives of our next generation. So I have been excited and involved thus far and continue to try to do the great work that is needed in the Central Valley.
Wonderful. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, my pleasure to be here. Thank you. You know, I sleep best at night when I'm trying to help folks. So really that's sort of why I'm in the line of public service in general. I would say the bug not for elected office, but for public service, generally speaking, struck me as a very young person, around 18 years old, had the opportunity to do an internship at the state capitol for one of the freshman assembly members, and really got to see sort of the process of how laws are made and you know how our everyday lives are shaped you know by those laws. So I was hooked on wanting to be in public service, very intrigued and interested and wanting to impact the process for not just my community but really folks across the state. But you know, as I navigated the process, I came to find that really all politics is local, and you know the impacts ultimately are local on people, just like myself and yourselves. So ultimately, you know, I knew I wanted to be in some service capacity, you know, serve my community. It wasn't until years later when someone suggested me running for office, and then coming back to my local community here in the Valley, taking a look around and not being satisfied with the level of representation, around our communities, thinking, well, I've I've learned, I have some experience, I'm in education, I think I could do a better job. So from there, I thought, well, where could I best serve at this time? Where could I utilize my skill set to serve the community? That was the county Board of Education. And so that's actually where I started my elected career, was running for the Fresno County Board of Education, representing Central Fresno and South Fresno. And to this day, I've continued to teach economics at the college. So in everything I do, it's really just, trying to find a way to serve. If I ever was not in elected office, I find a different capacity to serve it. But I think that elected office is, not everyone takes the plunge. And if you have the ability, you should step up and give it a shot to serve and lead your community.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. Let's go to Council Member Solario Ruiz.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Council Member, we can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much and for having me today. Hello, everyone. My name is Sal Solorio Ruiz, and I am a council member for the city of Delano. I'm just so honored to be in this space, hearing Supervisor Valero and Councilmember Nelson Esparza, and I'm hearing all of this, and just I feel so honored to just be in this space of community, of wanting the best for our Central Valley families. So I got involved in public service and politics right after college. I started volunteering with now Mayor Osorio. I started volunteering with him by attending council meetings and by attending community events, by knocking on doors, getting public input on what they wanted to see happen in the community. And after a while, you just sit there and as a public individual, you sit there and you say, some of these folks aren't really representing, us or the community as a whole, to the best of their ability. So I decided after college, to run for office, to run for city council. And it has truly been an honor to serve my community. I think that, most of the time folks, decide to run for office for themselves, but truly it's about the community. It's about what similarities we all have with each other, and making sure we strive to hold up our marginalized folks, to hold up the voices that, are speaking, but have just not been brought to the table. Because I think that's really what it's about. It's about, even if we all have differences and we're all not gonna, believe in the same thing, at the end of the day, let's come together as a community and work to make sure that, my community of Delano, families are able to raise their kids here, and able to make sure that our youth have opportunity to truly live one of their best life in the community of Delano. My slogan when I ran was, change can't wait. And it was change can't wait because, our families, all the time, they're just, most of them, they're struggling to pay their rent, to put food on the table, especially right now more than ever during, still in the pandemic, right? Post-pandemic as well. It's important to keep in mind our families and to make sure that we are always seeking that feedback from them, and always, because we work for them, right? We work for the community. That's why we're here today. So just thank you so much. And like I said, it's an honor to be in this space.
Thank you so much, Council Member Solario Ruiz. Next up, let's hear from Council Member Hurtado.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jewel Hurtado, and I am a council member representing District 1 right here in the city of Keensburg, which is in the heart of the San Joaquin Central Valley. I've been serving in this role for almost 4 years. My term is almost done. I was elected at the age of 20. I started my campaign at the age of 19. And listen, y'all, I only won by 8 votes. 8 votes. Every vote counts, and that's the message that I want to share with you all today. Whether you are out canvassing for candidates that you share values with, whether you are making phone calls, or you're simply sharing on social media the importance of voting, you are helping us towards a brighter future for the San Joaquin Central Valley. And let's be honest, for the state and for the nation, right? Social media can touch so many people's lives. And so my message to you today is to not to give up. Just because you are young does not mean that your voice does not matter. Just because you are young does not mean that you don't want a brighter future for yourself, for your children, and for your family. I have a 4-year-old child. He was only 3-4 months when I started my campaign running for office. And I will tell you that things like healthcare are important to me. Things like our educational systems and things like that. So, I don't have much time, but what I will say is that you are in great hands with Mayor Osorio and Supervisor Valero. And I am, once again, so sad that I can't be with you, but I know that together we can make a difference. And I don't mean to say that in like the cliche way. I mean, in numbers holds power. And when we show up to vote, our voice will be heard. So don't forget to vote June 7th. I hope you've already turned in your ballots. And if you have, encourage your friends and family members too. We've got this. If you guys ever need anything, I'm on social media. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all the things. So reach out. I hope you have a great day. And yeah, si se puede. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hurtado. I know you are here with us in spirit. So what an incredible introduction from all of our panelists. What I've heard is, one, you wanted to help your community, believe that politics is local, representation matter, right? Councilmember Solario Ruiz, you said, and it's at the end of the day, it's about community. And that's what this network is all about. The San Joaquin Valley Health Fund, it's about community, grounded in community. So let's start our conversation. What do you see as the biggest challenges to policy change in your respective district or communities?
I'll go ahead and hop in. I think very short and simple. It's ultimately, we tend to stand in our own way. There's power in numbers of residents here in the valley, but I think there is this historical conditioning of our mindsets that things can't change, or at least can't change that quickly. And so I think if we can push through that, and we can push through and folks find their power as a collective, that ultimately will shine through in the form of big differences in policy throughout the San Joaquin Valley.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. So Councilmember Solario Ruiz, you said your campaign slogan was "Change Can't Wait," right? So how do you address that barrier that the council member just spoke to? That policy can happen. How do you mitigate that?
Yeah, no, I think that it's about how we educate the community. I think we can all come in with our great ideas, with the education that we learned, or the life experience that we have. But I think at the end of the day, it comes out to the community wanting it as well, and outreaching to them and knocking on doors. I'm proud to say that, my first year before the approval of the budget, I made sure to knock on doors and to do a survey to the community on, hey, what do you want to see? Do you want the funds to go here? Do you want them to go there? What's your opinion? Because I think most of the time, our elected officials, they knock on doors and get community input when it's time for re-election or when it's time for an election. But I think that's not the way to go. I think we need to always want to seek that community input, because like I said in the beginning, we're there to serve the community.
So I'll share a different perspective, being on the dais. So for me, at least, when I ran in 2018, just to give you a bit of numbers, there's about 300,000 plus Latinos in Tulare County, out of a population in Tulare County of 465,000. I am the first Latino to serve on the Board of Supervisors since the county was founded in 1852. Putting that on the dais has been a little bit of a challenge, given that I do come from a different background than some of my colleagues on the dais. And so again, the worldview, the perspective of, or the ability to engage in conversations that talk about inequity, that talk about unevenness of balance, that talk about just issues that we need to address for the whole, has been somewhat difficult, but challenging, but also rewarding. And so for me, at least, I've been blessed with the opportunity to be in spaces where I get to also challenge my colleagues in terms of looking at the worldview differently. And so for me, at least, that's what's been a little difficult in terms of how do we are able to see the biggest challenges when it comes to policy making. Obviously, early on, I wanted to come in and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, but we're only one of five. And so how do we work in building relationships, but also how do we work in really seeing the views of the opposition, but also the views of those that align with you, and really being able to build those relationships, again, even when there are trying times when we're trying to get things passed or moved forward.
That's right. Thank you so much for saying that, Supervisor. And you know, the Valley, and you all are sons of the Valley, so you know this more intimately than anybody else, that there are multiple issues in the Valley. In your mind, talk to us a little bit about what you see as the most pertinent issues facing the Valley today.
If I can just start with that one really quick, that would be water. Water is an issue that is affecting us all over the globe. And so this is something that I've been working really hard on, especially because I represent 12 unincorporated communities, many of them who do not have clean drinking water. So imagine youth and families only knowing that water comes from a bottle and not from their own tap is unacceptable in 2022. So fighting several institutions like the Orosi Public Utilities District, who doesn't want to intertie their pipes to East Orosi, a small little community who needs clean drinking water, and fighting that at the state level to make sure that the Tulare County is an administrative role and has a responsibility to make sure that that action happens. Similar issues in Yereman Seville on the United Nations report, as well as CNN. All of these have been right here in the Central Valley because there are issues that are still plaguing our communities, and we need clean drinking water, and we need it now.
Completely agree.
Yeah, so this is where you're going to see the yeah, a little bit of a difference in perspectives. I wholeheartedly agree with Supervisor Valero, but just sort of in my day-to-day, being more in kind of the urban core of the Valley, I would have to say housing. We have a severe housing crisis, not just in the San Joaquin Valley, but really statewide and to some degree nationwide in terms of a shortage. And what we're seeing is here, one of the most impacted parts of our state and country here in the Valley, households being crunched by these housing prices in this housing market to the point where it's really destroyed and sort of thrown off completely their budgets and their ability for their income to pencil out with respect to the bills and sustain economically their family. So water is very important. I wouldn't say one is more important than the other, but again, from where I'm standing, just sort of again in my respective jurisdiction, housing certainly is the number one issue right now, and I hope we can take it. We are taking a number of steps to alleviate that crisis, but it is a very big issue.
Yeah, no, I agree with both of you. I think that water is definitely an issue that has always been there, and I think we need more action when it comes to our state legislators. I also think that housing is an issue, right? Here in Delano, we are landlocked, so it's very difficult to build housing, or if there is housing being built, how are we making sure that folks are able? It's like one of the things that people always talk about is, well, hey, as long as it's housing, but no, it's not just about building housing. It's about, is it affordable? Right? Will folks be able to pay their mortgage on time? Will they be able to pay their rent on time with the apartments that we built here? Right? And that all also starts with making sure that, right now folks are struggling. folks are struggling with the prices that are going on, the inflation that's going on. So it's making sure we prioritize good paying union jobs, making sure that we're prioritizing that in our community as well. And also, I think one of the things that often we don't talk about is making sure we're providing the mental health services to our youth right now who are also struggling. Gun violence is an issue everywhere, and we've seen it. Even most recently, it's horrible, and it's how can we tackle that complex issue as a community, and making sure we provide the opportunity to our youth, and making sure folks don't have to go that route, but have all the resources they need to truly live their best life when it comes to a good paying job, making sure they can pay their rent on time, put food on the table, and et cetera. But I would say it's a good question, because I think there's more than one top issues that families are facing today.
Mm-hmm. And I think you're all correct. I heard community violence prevention, mental health, economic stability, access to safe, affordable drinking water just for basic usage, housing. These are all critical issues. And I hope that you all had some chance today to hear from some of our esteemed panelists who also spoke to the intersectionality of immigration, health, housing, environment, education, land use, and planning, because nowhere else than in the Valley, where all of these issues are so intricately connected in the deep intersectionality across all of these issues. Supervisor Valero, were you going to say something?
Yeah, just briefly, in terms of another issue that I think is plaguing our community is that of broadband internet and access to reliable internet. Just in Traver alone, a community that I represent, the school itself has internet, but when you cross the street to the homes that are there, they're on dial-up. And so completely unacceptable as well. And we know that we have a learning loss that we need to catch up to over the summer and in the years ahead. And so we need to make sure that the youth that we are teaching for tomorrow do catch up, and really making sure that in the next pandemic or in the next challenge that we do have that reliable internet to keep all our communities equitable, and to keep all our communities moving in the right direction with all of the resources as well.
That's exactly right, Supervisor. And it's almost as if you were in on the last panel discussion where we heard from the additional committee, where someone said, if we can't identify a problem, we can't identify a solution, right?
Yeah. And I will just share really quick, because I always put the governor on the spot. So the governor did come to Traver to sign the historic bill for broadband. And Governor, I'm still waiting on one of the 18 projects being that of the Central Valley, specifically Tulare County, because we brought you here and we want broadband internet in the heart of the Central Valley, and that is Tulare County.
So thank you for saying that, Supervisor. So let me build on that comment, because so much of what I said earlier about this incredible network is that it is driven by community residents. It's the voices of the community being uplifted, saying no more, unacceptable, that we should be disproportionately impacted by health and racial inequities, right? So say a bit more about the importance, how you see your relationship and perhaps the importance of a connection to a constituency or advocacy group. So how number one, is it important in your mind to have a connection to community? And number two, with that connection, how can community help you, right, as elected policy maker champions to advance the issue that you know the community wants? Because they've identified a problem, and now they want to help you put into action their identified solution.
I can go first. So I think that it's a saying that I heard before I ran, which was, while internships in Sacramento are amazing and provide you great experience, you shouldn't run for office just because of that. You should run for office because you've spoken to your neighbor who is undocumented, who feels threatened because she might be deported by ICE, because you've talked to folks in your corner or in your area about their water not being able to drink their water. So it's about making sure that we are always getting community input and getting the community's opinions in the back of our minds when making decisions, always saying, well, whose voices aren't being heard here? What opinion is out there that we need to bring into the table? And I think I think I spoke on it earlier, it starts with education, educating our community, making sure that, they know what's going on, right? Making sure there's updates, there's in regards to getting community input, or even when there's public hearings happening on certain buildups or projects. But I think it's about making sure that we keep their opinion in the back of our minds when we are making a decision, especially an important decision when it involves economic development or different things building in the city.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree with that. When you're making these decisions and deciding sort of which direction you want to go and pursuing your policy agenda, really, community input is critical, and then having a reliable flow and source of information, policy analysis. I think you really need both, because if you're just relying on sort of the technical analysis of an issue, it's really easy to miss the human aspect, to miss the folks that are living through the issues. So it helps that we all live in our districts, right? We're there shoulder to shoulder with residents we represent. So that's part of it. Just being in your community, knowing your community, listening to them, in collaboration with that other side, that technical side of the policy making process.
For me, I would say being comfortable in the chambers. Many times I see individuals that will come up and they will freeze or they will just be uncomfortable. This is your room. This is your space. This is your time to engage with us in the decision-making process. And when we don't do that, then it hurts us because we can't move our ideas or innovations along. And so I always encourage individuals that come up to me and I said, look, don't get nervous. You have that voice. Just use it. And this is critical moments. These are critical junctures in which we make those decisions happen, but it's because of you coming to the podium and being able to express that. So if I could encourage anyone, it would be, hey, don't get nervous, be comfortable in your surroundings. And I would also say too, when it comes to how to engage community, one of the things that I've been doing as a supervisor representing several communities is making sure that every single community has a town council, or every community has some type of avenue in which I can come and go to these communities and hear firsthand from the people that are living the day-to-day in Ivanhoe, in Goshen, in Traver, in Badger. And I built those relationships because they've built the relationships among themselves in building that community. So again, if they can't show up at a 9 a.m. meeting, which is often frustrating, right? Because many of us are working and don't have the luxury of being able to say, you know what, I'm going to take this time off and I'm going to go to a meeting at 9 a.m. The majority do not have that opportunity. So we have to find other mechanisms, other vehicles through which a politicized consciousness is motivated through actions of economic, social, political justice. And that is how we do that, is when we get into these communities, build up, provide the information, then take it back to the dais in order to make those decisions happen as well.
This is so heartening for me to hear, because so often the responsibility of engaging with elected official is oftentimes placed on the constituents, right? And what I hear all three of you say is that you see it as a two-way street. You're also making yourself available. You're going out to your district. You're going out to your city parameters and getting to know your constituents. So you're not just meeting them in your chambers, in your offices, and that there is opportunities, multiple ways to engage. If that is your hope, right? If that is your desire and your value. So we have an audience, a participant who asked, what inspired, you are all clearly inspired to make a difference in your community, but you're also young people. So what is your message in terms of how can we activate young people to get involved? Along the same line of this question about community engagement. So how do you engage? How would you activate or encourage a young person to get involved?
I think our young people today are more informed than ever, have access to more information than ever. And I think are more of a socially conscious generation than we've seen lately, right? In the last couple of generations. And so I think finding a way to channel their energy, right, is showing them that yearning for a better world to live in, a better place, is possible. Then it's at the tip of their fingertips. And if we get them to take a look back at history and when these large social movements have taken place and policy changes have come as a result, it's been young people at the forefront. So I think they currently harness more power than ever have before as a young generation. And I don't think drawing the line for them from what their ability is to what could be is too long of a pathway to travel.
So I will say this, and it might come off as rude, but yes, they are the most knowledgeable, but the least likely to vote. The least likely to vote. And that is what is upsetting me now in this current election, where only 6% within my district have voted. So you're saying 6% out of 35,000 ballots that are out there in Northern Tulare County. And when I look at the demographics of who has voted, the bracket 18 to 24, 2%, 3%. So what can we do to engage our young people to, yes, share the issues, share the concerns, but it also has to happen at the ballot box. And so any of you young people that are here today, make sure that you turn in your ballot for those that do have the opportunity to vote. And again, it's making sure that you have the ganas. Everyone inside of themselves has the ganas to move forward. But how do we ignite the ganas within us in order to make sure that we're bringing community along at the same time? And so there's a lot of work to do. Believe me, I'm drowning in work, but it doesn't happen overnight. So we have the long haul that we still need to work on, but continue to join the fight, join the journey, and join the causes that really spark that dynamic in you to take it out and build community with it.
No, I agree. I think that to answer the first question, what inspired me to run for office, I would say a big component was, my little sister, Skylar, because I had to look at her and look what's going on in my city and say, am I adding to making sure that she's growing up in a place that I want her to grow up in an environment with resources and opportunity. And if I could be in that decision-making table, even though it is hard and it's tough at times, it's rewarding. But in regards to the second component of the question, I think that I agree with Councilmember Esparza. I think that, young people are more in tune now more than ever. But I think it's about making sure that, I think that oftentimes young people get hopeless because they attend their meetings, they attend their council meetings, or they want this change, but it's impossible with the challenges that we see at times because of we don't have the votes for this certain policy that's moving forward or this opportunity that the youth want to see. But I guess I just want to let youth know to not lose hope, to not lose faith, and hey, you also deserve to be in a seat like this because this is your seat. And if you don't see that change in your community, then get a couple folks together and run for office yourself. And I think that's one thing that young people are hopefully being that example that, hey, you yourself can be in this seat. You can do this as well for the benefit of your community. But I think we have to, as leaders, we need to make sure that we are providing that hope for the youth to say, hey, you know what? Let's not back down. We got so much work to do. Like Supervisor Valero said, we have so much work to do. Get involved. Come to a council meeting. Being in that space in the chambers is just so different. I will say that coming in, I made sure that I extended an opportunity to some high schoolers and made sure that they became some of my interns. And I have about 4 to 5 of them who are involved, who are planning food distributions with me, getting community input and doing surveys and knocking on doors. So there's stuff that always needs to be done for the community. So if young people want to get involved, just contact your elected official, contact your board of supervisor, contact your council member. And if they don't, want to take you in, then maybe you find someone else who does. But I guarantee you right now, as we speak, there are people organizing. There are people who've been doing this longer than I've been here, longer than, Supervisor Valero has been here. And it's about making sure that, we know who they are. And if, they have an opportunity for young people and anyone who is interested in serving their community in any capacity. You don't need a title to serve your community.
So what I'm hearing from all of you is get involved, vote, maybe even run for office, and then lead, right? Mm-hmm. So tell us a little bit about some of perhaps the unanticipated challenges you're faced with as being a young elected.
So,
Councilmember Esparza, do you want to go next? I know because I spoke on the recent one. Want to give
yeah, no, sure. That's I'm happy to share. I would say that starting off as a young person in elected office, politics, imposter syndrome is real. It feels real, but it is not real, right? You got to believe in yourself and trust that you are the real deal, and that your opinions and thoughts and the value you bring to the table is legitimate, and it needs to be heard, especially, and deep down in your heart if it's on behalf of the community, and so that's really sort of where it begins. So you do face challenges in terms of folks maybe not taking you quite as seriously. I do look a little older now than when I first began in elected office about 6 years ago. And when I first started on campus, even before elected office, I was teaching students who were older than me or about my age. And so as I've gotten a little bit older, the students have started to call me sir on campus now. And they don't quite see me as their equal anymore. So that's helped. But again, thinking back to when I was getting started, you treat people with respect and you expect it back, and you don't tolerate any less. I know that your ideas and thoughts on what you bring to the table on behalf of your community is valid. And you just got to remember that as you navigate through the different challenges. And in terms of actually running for office, no matter what age you are, right, you're going to find the challenges in the different aspects of the campaign side and fundraising and such. And, you find a mentor to help you navigate some of those aspects, and keep your head up, because, you will trip and fall every now and then. It's inevitable. What matters is that you keep going.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, AOC has, she says this one quote that, we need to build, if you run for office, you need to build that rhinoceros skin. And I think that's so true, because coming into this, I knew what my community wanted based off the outreach that I've done, but, I did have that imposter syndrome. I still have it at times, because you hear at times the negativity is louder than the positivity. Right? The folks who criticize, it's so easy for folks to criticize, especially, the critiques that I've gotten in the beginning were from the older folks. Right. As far as, he's young, right? Why is he running for office? He still lives with his mom. It's like when they have absolutely no idea the situation of people. Oftentimes we hear all of that, but we can't let it get to us, because what I've kept telling myself, I think now moving forward, is I deserve to be in this seat, and you're going to see me as a young person making moves on this dais, asking tough questions, and making sure we prioritize the needs of our community. And if you don't like that, then I'm sorry, then you can run your candidate in 2024. But as of right now, we have work to do. And it's about making sure that we kind of block out that negativity and that noise and saying, you know what, let's push that away and let's move forward with what we're doing for our community, and making sure you have that support system. I think a support system is needed in this work, because if you don't have that, it's very difficult to make sure, you can speak to folks after a meeting and say, whoa, did you hear that comment? It was tough, and to say, you know what, you're going to be okay. We're all going to be okay, and we're going to advocate for our community and continue the work we're doing. So I would just say, you're going to hear those challenges of that imposter syndrome comments, but at the end of the day, just know why you're there and hold on to your values and never lose your values, because oftentimes folks are going to want to hit you from left to right, from up to down, but you got to make sure you're centered in why you got there in the first place, to serve your community.
And what
I was bring you into this conversation.
Yeah, and so I would just say that I've learned that 98% of people are going to love you, support you, encourage you, empower you, inspire you. 2% are going to do quite the opposite, are going to try to anger you, are going to try to take you off course. Why listen to the 2%? Make sure that you align yourself with the 98% that are there to see you move forward. And so many times we can get caught off guard, or we can only hear the negative and not the positive. But just know that there is so much more love out there than there is the negative. And I'll just share another tough thing that I've had to deal with is how we allocate our $1.6 billion for the county of Tulare. There are 5 supervisors, and we all have to make sure we distribute that money equitably and accordingly. And so how do I engage, build those relationships with my colleagues to make sure that the needs of Northern Tulare County also need to be heard, need to be seen in order to get the resources into my district? So tough job, but a beautiful job nonetheless.
Indeed. And we're so thankful that you are all where you are, because truly, if you represent the future of the Valley, it's very strong. So the Valley, each one of you represent a specific jurisdiction. But the folks who are here with us today represents, the entire San Joaquin Valley region. So say a little bit about what you think or how you think we can build community power throughout the region. What would it look like, and what will it take?
I think you build power one resident at a time, one conversation at a time. As we've seen, some of the progress we've made and the biggest changes that we've seen certainly did not come overnight. We got to engage people on a very personal basis and a personal level. There's no silver bullet or magic wand to make it happen instantaneously. It's just about linking together as community, one person at a time. So we can inspire and educate and empower folks, and hope that they do the same for 5 more people after that, and keep that link going. That's really how we build that collective power that I alluded to earlier in the conversation, and really bring whether they're a voter or not, right? Even if you're not a voter, if you're not old enough to vote, or if your status does not allow for it at this time, there are things you can do as a resident, right, to flex your power as a community, and to make sure that your elected officials, that your voices are being heard through theirs, and that their votes reflect your values as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Spoken like a community organizer. Council member Solario Ruiz or Supervisor Valero, what do you think?
Yeah, so I agree with Councilmember Esparza. I think it happens by having conversations one at a time with community folks. It's about having those tough conversations that, even if it makes us uncomfortable, but still, because oftentimes, let's keep it real, not everyone thinks alike, not everyone has the same opinion. But that's the beauty of democracy, and that's the beauty of where we're at. So it's about making sure respectfully folks are able to have that dialogue back and forth, and to be like, you know what, I see where you're coming from, but this is where I'm coming from based off my life experience, or based off, my family's experience. And if folks don't still understand, then you can agree to disagree, but move forward on common issues. But I also think it's about showing up, right? Showing up. Oftentimes, one of the things that I have now began to do much more of, because of the pandemic kind of, hopefully going away, which is to continue to attend these community events, and to make sure that, I think going back to the question that we were at before was about the criticism and the challenges, it's a lot more difficult for folks to bring up challenges or critiques when you have built a connection with them truly, right? I think it's easy to throw a ball to someone when they're not in your corner, right? But to make sure that we are truly coming together as a community and saying, hey, you know what, we're on the same team here, and how can we move forward for the betterment of the Central Valley, and just moving forward with love and compassion for our families and everyone in it.
And I'll just share that, adding to that, we really do need a message for the future for the Central Valley. And the reason why is because we need to start educating our northern counterparts, our southern counterparts, because when we take our message to Sacramento, it often gets diluted or it often gets silenced. And who ends up in a lot of these statewide offices? Those in the north or those in the south? When have we had someone from the Central Valley represent the entire state of California? Hasn't been to what, maybe Cruz Bustamante? So again, our message of the Valley needs to be strong. Our best message of the Valley needs to impact, because again, what happens in the Valley happens everywhere else. We are the bread and fruit basket, vegetable basket of the world. And if we don't have that in the Central Valley, then no one gets that around the world. And so again, our message in the future needs to be a collective, a wholehearted message, so that we can take it up to Sacramento and allow change to occur there, to touch the hearts, the minds of those legislators, to really make sure that they are including the Central Valley in their discussions, in their policy making, and in their collaborative efforts for all of California.
Great, thank you. We are approaching our final 8 minutes, so I'm going to ask you the final question for today. And that is, what is your hope for the future of the San Joaquin Valley?
I'll say that we are not seen as the armpit of California, but we are the heart of California. And I'm very excited to share, and this is where I will end my message, is that I currently serve on the Tulare County Regional Transportation Authority. So we're revolutionizing the way transportation is going to look in the future. And I know that was the question that was asked as well. And so we're actually not, so what we're doing is we're doing an umbrella approach. So every city in Tulare County would manage their own transportation system. However, now we're all consolidating it into one. We're going to be creating new routes. We're going to add Uber-like systems that will pick up and drop off at home. We're going to do a cross-rail corridor that will pick up from Porterville all the way through Goshen to connect to the high-speed rail that is soon to come as well. So being proactive, being up in front, being ahead of the game in order to make sure that we are all connecting as one in the future. And that is what I think will happen. We just have to keep mustering away.
Yeah, my hope for the San Joaquin Valley is that young people and everyone in our communities, they know the power within themselves, and they, each and every one of us, we have a story to tell that resonates with so many. So it's important for us to make sure that we don't lose that hope, to get involved, to be civically engaged more. I would love it for my council chambers to be filled by young people all the time and to provide their input. I want to hear it, So it's like, but it's also about making sure that we're aware that there is a lack of trust within government for years. It's something that needs to be developed, and we need to continue to build that trust. We can't just go in there and say, well, come talk to me. It's like, people have a lack of trust with their government. So how do we build that trust with them? But I just hope, and I hope that in 20, 30 years from now, I could say that we prioritize our young people, that we prioritize them when it comes to their mental health, jobs, bringing down gun violence in our community, which is a huge issue. So, and just leading with love and compassion for all of us.
If I could just add one more thing before Nelson takes up the rest of the time, I'll just share that the harvest is plentiful, but the harvesters are few. And so we need to make sure that we are raising up a next generation of leaders that are going to be able to take or also work with those that are already in leadership. And so again, there's a lot of work, as mentioned previously. The harvest is full, but we only have a few harvesters. And so making sure that we are walking alongside those that we want to help, and making sure that we also are bringing up those. We don't just ask for them, we help bring them up as well in order to make our community successful.
Okay, that was great, Supervisor Bello. He texted me and said, "Wait, give me a second before you hop in." So that's why I waited for him. So our region is going to continue to grow. We've seen it grow. It's going to continue to grow, and it's really a matter of how and what it develops into. And so I think first that's very much two prongs, right? I think our greatest resource is really the people. Who we are, who we bring here. So we need to be a region that is able to attract, as we ran out of housing options in the state, we end up attracting, folks who are not born here necessarily, right, from throughout the state or from other countries. But also in terms of homegrown folks like ourselves, being able to break some of these cycles of struggle. Being able to provide a framework of laws and legislation that help us to thrive and break some of those narratives that we've seen. I think many of us, the three of us who are here on this call, as well as many folks who are watching, probably come from very similar backgrounds in terms of farm worker parents or grandparents and being first-generation college students. So those are stories of success, but still, struggle. And so I'd like to, as leaders here in the Valley, I hope that we can have a positive impact in shaping the narratives of folks being born right now and who they develop into, and that we as a region build out the infrastructure and the resources to have the capacity, right, to grow into something greater than we are now. Our story now is beautiful, but it is a story of struggle. And so we know where we are. We know what tools we have at our disposal, and I think we know roughly what path we want to carve out. It's a matter of again utilizing and channeling that collective community power and forging that path forward.
Wow, what incredible, hopeful messages. Thank you, Supervisor Valerio, Councilmember Esparza, Councilmember Solario Ruiz. The future is indeed bright. When we first started doing this work with our partners in San Joaquin Valley, I heard for the very first time a term called boomerang. These are individuals who are up and from the Valley who've gone away and are coming back to really uplift the Valley. And you are truly that in so many ways. You are leaving us with incredible messages, but three things I will take away. First, you're saying, hold on to your values, no matter what. Stand on the heels of your values. Keep your head up and keep showing up, because that's what matters. And lastly, change can't wait, right, Councilmember Solario Ruiz? And if we do it right with a lot of love, the Valley can rise and continues to rise. So thank you all so much for joining us. What an incredible way to end day one. I want to thank all of you. And I want to thank all of our attendees today. You are 100+ strong who joined us for day one. We had in addition to you, we had watch parties being hosted throughout the Valley, simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Hmong, Punjabi, and Mandarin, and highlighted community-driven policies from the San Joaquin Valley community members. And you just heard from your local electeds. The Valley is indeed rising, and how fortunate we are to be able to hear directly from those individuals who's making that happen. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 2 of Equity on the Mall, where we'll continue this important conversation, and we'll have deeper conversation about what it means to create a golden state for all, not just for one or a few, but for all. Immigration, health, and environmental justice. Continue on this theme of intersectionality. While it is important to go deep on any of these issues, recognizing that at the heart and the beauty of the iHeal platform is that it is all connected. If you haven't registered yet for tomorrow, you can still do so by going to our Equity on the Mall website, which is www.edmall.org. equityonthemall.org. So we'll see you tomorrow. And until then, have a great afternoon and good evening. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. Bye.